Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
I had a 10 judges were watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom. Now we're getting commentary on the case. I don't know how to do this part. Good morning, everybody. Let me stop the music and welcome you all here. Good morning, great to have you here. Welcome, especially Greeners, who was first in chat today. Congratulations, Greeners. The internet is all yours. And we're going to need your help today, for sure. So, coming to you live from Nashville, Tennessee. Headed east right now. Headed east from Nashville. And it's a beautiful day. It's absolutely beautiful. I'm in the passenger seat. Mrs. R.A. is chauffeur today. Thank you very much. And the only downside about Tennessee is there are trees everywhere. Like we're driving through practically tunnels of trees. So right now Yeah, you did? Okay. All right. We're hoping that we get out of the trees before the court case begins. But either way, we're going to get back to clear skies and open fields ahead of us here soon. That was a vacay. It was beautiful. It was wonderful. It was gorgeous. It was wet. It was very, very wet. Very, very rainy. So we're driving home. Will we hit another Buc-ee's? I'm hoping so because I want some Ghost jalapeno peppers. I think we've got 2 Buc-ee's ahead of us on the way home. One here in the next maybe hour, and then another like 2 hours later. 43 miles. 43 miles to the first Buc-ee's. I need some Ghost pepper jerky, and then we can go. I'll just run and grab it and turn around and go. Maybe we'll do a bathroom stop. We'll see. But maybe I'll send Mrs. R.A. in to get it because we'll be live during court during that. Is Buc-ee's the shop at the Beaver mascot? Yes, it is. It is easy. It's really good. All right, we are. I can barely see. My kids and I spent 4 hours last night, 3 hours last night in the hotel pool, which some pools use water. This one used bleach. It was still fun, but my eyes are just like stinging red. So, got to bear with me as I try to read chat today. Is your family with you? Yes, I've got about half of them here. There's a few of us here. We've got 3 that are missing. 1 married, 2 that are home. Sorry, doing the trail today. Yes, we are, Virginia. Yes, we are. Eye drops. I've got bleach drops. They're great. Eyes are all clean now. Clean. No germs. But all right, let's see. Do we have anybody who has any birthdays? Hope you had a wonderful Memorial Day yesterday. Got to share a couple posts on Facebook with some friends. We have a mutual, their family, my friend, who passed away, who served in the military, got to leave a little comment there. But hope you had the opportunity to thank those who have served and made all this possible. So let's see. And these everywhere. See, Crochet Nana says, Ari, my daughter Sarah has a birthday today. Sarah, happy birthday. Landy says, my birthday is today. Okay, we'll need somebody to keep track of this. Landy and Sarah, the birthdays today. We're gonna have to do an a cappella sing along because the birthday song thing doesn't work with the timing. The trees are amazing. Tennessee, I was telling my wife this, Tennessee might be an absolutely gorgeous, beautiful state. I wouldn't know. It has great trees. That's all I've seen is trees. But interesting, this part of the country, the ground is rock. It's just rock with a little bit of soil on top, a little topsoil, and it's just solid rock everywhere we go. It's sort of wild that way. Whereas when we get out to North Carolina, it's just sand, and we don't see any rocks. So we might have looked a little funny. My kids were out there like rocks, and they're picking up rocks from the ground because we hadn't seen them in so long. But all right, live in Tennessee and love it here. So Sierra Leone, it is beautiful. It is green. Apparently, this is the 8th wettest start to spring on record, and we basically came for the rain. And it's been crazy. You're in Knoxville? Awesome. I'm going into our underpass, but I'm back now. We are headed your way. 37 miles to Buc-ee's. Seen some crazy driving. Just some, what? By Mrs. R8. She's done a bit, but other people have done more. So we did have that one state trooper who's lit up the lights and siren right next to the car. That was exciting. It wasn't for us. It was for somebody else. I want to know, have you ever seen the rain? We saw the rain. TACBay says, North Carolina sand. All I remember growing up in North Carolina was red dirt and getting switched. You grew up on the other side of the state from us. We're in eastern North Carolina, so the coastal plain area, where you're more likely to find a fossilized shark tooth in the ground than a rock. And we do find a lot of them. All right, has anybody keep track of the birthdays for us? I was not looking. Samantha and Josh has it. Add Joni. All right. I think we're about ready to sing the birthday song. As I'm sure court's going to begin here in just a moment. So okay, I'm trying to do the time adjustment. Court begins in a moment. A fossilized sharkay tooth is what it is. Look how this house ahead of us on the road, it's taking up the whole road. It's double wide. Oversized 14 load. I could reach out and touch it. It's that far. All right. Let's see. Mr. Stay in Nashville. Nashville's beautiful. That guy's left a cloud of smoke for us. Thank you. Appreciate that. Beautiful. The water out here is gorgeous. It's in North Carolina. Every stream is just muddy, and we got to see a couple clear streams, a few muddy ones because there was a lot of rain, but it was beautiful. You can see my house from here. All right, let's go ahead and do the birthday songs. If somebody has put it, please post it again because I missed it. We'll sing to everybody. What town are we in now? Rock Island State Park. There we go. Thank you, Josh. All right, we're going to celebrate some birthdays for Sarah, Joni, Dave, and Landy celebrating their birthdays today or over the weekend. So everyone stand. La 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 la. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sarah, Joni, Dave, belated, and Landy. Happy birthday to you. Beautiful, beautiful. Happy birthday, Sarah, Joni, Dave, and Landy. I realize there are a million places it could be, a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose here to be with us. Chose to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor is ours. Hopefully we can turn the pleasure back. Get a little more betterer, more bestest, more gooder by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP Village, and Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's house, and Bob Evans. And okay, we did just pass a Waffle House. It's not the same without the song. I think you meant song. I could play the birthday song, but I can't sing along with it. Okay. All right, if you will give me just 1 minute, we're trying to get everything squared away to. All righty. We are going to be jumping to the Karen retrial, which should be beginning shortly. I will do what I can to improve the audio as best I can, but I don't have all my equipment with me, so we'll just have to make do today. We'll be back to regular full power tomorrow. What's that? If I could remember, but it's been a long weekend. Love the headset, perfect for spam calls. Yes, this is my Britney Spears headset. I have to sing the obligatory Britney Spears song every time I put it on. And I think this morning is, oops, I did it again. All right. That's it. That's all you get, just the one. You were in Nashville, missed the convo. Cheryl, I apologize. I was in Nashville. I looked everywhere for Emily D. Baker. Didn't see her anywhere. So I know she's here in Tennessee somewhere, but didn't see her. We've looked at all the cars who drove by to see if Emily was there. She's not. She's in hiding, I think. All right, so let's do this. Let's get court going. And let's see if we can bring in the right view here. There we go. All right, we have the only fan. Try to do running commentary for the drive as well as the court case. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Like a record, baby, right round, round, round. Something like that. Can't pay attention until y'all know where I ended up going. Oh, it's a secret. Oh, it's a secret. We went on vacation. We drove a long way to go to a little community pool that has 2 water slides. And we stayed there for an hour, and then we went back to our hotel, and we turned around and came back home. Is that about how it happened, Mrs. R.A.? It's pretty much true. That's what happened. Okay, we've got some trees overhead, so hopefully we'll get out of this soon. The Starlink works wonders as long as you can see the sky, and it's those times when you can't see the sky that we have issues. But we did go to Tennessee. It was an adventure. So much water and the lightning storms. Wow, you guys know how to do lightning out here. The thunder lasts forever, which is when they say the thunder rolls, it just rolls and rolls and rolls. It's great. All right. We're going slowly up here. These trees are like towering like 100 feet up the side of the hill. I'm not sure if that's the mountain or if they're just really tall. Oh, it's the mountain. Yeah, there's a cliff right there. But seeing the rock cliffs on both sides of the road and just waterfalls pouring off the cliffs, that was beautiful. It's absolutely gorgeous. You can't complain about the weather when it's this pretty. So. We did not do any real sightseeing. Well, we did a tiny bit, but if I tell you where that was, you would give it away. And I've told this story. I'm going to keep it secret. So I can't tell you more about the trip, unfortunately. It was fun though. It was fun. Thanks for giving us a little time away with the family. So, what are the odds on Judge Beverly calling a sidebar to kick everything off this morning? Anybody know? I'm thinking it's about 95%. It's been a long weekend, a lot of time for filings to come in if one side decided to make a filing on something. So
there's one last person for the prosecution, right?
There's at least one more witness for the prosecution. They've got a lot more on their list, but I think they've said they're nearly done.
It's an aperture person. How do you think that's going to affect the jury's perception of this witness?
You guys can probably hear Mrs. Ari better than I can because I've got closed headphones. So I heard her say something about if it's an aperture witness, how would it affect what?
How do you think the jury will view an aperture witness after what happened to Ken?
Well, it's going to be Mr. Welsh, right? He's the one with the doctorate degree from Aperture. He's going to talk about the recreation of the accident scene. I don't think the jury sees Aperture in the same light that all of us do, because we've seen what happened in court, inside of court and outside of court. We've been able to pick it apart. I just don't think that they have that same view. So I don't think they're going to be as brutal. I think they're going to basically look at him independently from the other Aperture guy, and maybe, I don't know, maybe defense gets some jabs in there, but they're going to be objected to and sustained if they do about, he actually has a degree and is yours correct because the last time your company sent us one that was wrong. I don't think they're going to get any sort of jabs in there that are worth any points. Yes, we are planning on driving for approximately 9 hours today. That'll get us home. Right around the time that the sun goes down. It's going to be later than that. It's going to be dark.
Oh, it's on my ears.
We're going up the mountains. It's like a little storm. Yesterday we drove with a storm. We paced the storm, so it was just raining on us the entire time. So we finally got ahead of it. But it looks like we're catching up on the tail end of one here, so we might get a little more rain. Josh, thank you very much. We'll miss you. Have a good time. Want to know if Karen Reed's going to take the stand, says Amber. I really don't think she will. I think she's probably learned her lesson just from talking to the media. The interviews she did, I think, were a bad decision for her. They've been used against her. And so I think she's not going to make a worse decision and decide to tell her own story and have to face cross-examination from Mr. Brennan. And that would be brutal. This truck is what's mine is yours, what's yours is mine. He's holding his phone and texting right now. So with the semi, that's a little dangerous. Don't think she's going to take the stand.
I don't know. She talks to the media every day after trial.
Yeah, but those are very very quick statements. I don't think she's going to sit down for another big interview that's not very well planned out. Nice little four-wheeler here. Brute Force, Kawasaki. 4x4 V-twin. Nice. I will say the state has put on a pretty compelling case, but individual elements of their case have problems. So depending on how the jury views those problems, the case could get a lot weaker. But if the jury looks at the data that's been presented and trusts it so far, I would say Karen Read is in a world of trouble if they've heard, because they've, especially with the timeline of what happened with John's phone and the car. I saw a tweet that I forget who sent it out the other day, but they did a drive from 34 Fairview to the One Meadows home, and they kept it under 40 miles an hour, did it exactly in 4 minutes and 27 seconds, which is how many minutes and seconds you would have between the last movement of John's phone and the time that Karen Read's car connected to the Wi-Fi at John's house. So the timelines are fairly tight for the prosecution if you believe what they say. So we'll see. Where's RA going? RA is going home to Greenville, North Carolina. Just a ton of doubt in my mind. I think there's still room for doubt. Obviously, the state's case is going to look, the Commonwealth's case is going to look strongest right at the end of their case in chief before the defense gets an opportunity to start poking holes in it. And that will start here, we expect this week, probably early on as well.
The problem that I see, in not just this case, but in every case, is that prosecution goes first. And the way that we form our opinions is we gather enough data till we feel like we are informed and capable of making an opinion, and then we sort of defend our position. It's very unconscious the way that we do it. But if prosecution has put up enough of a case, it's so hard to hear myself on delays. Okay, if the prosecution has put up enough of a delay, of a case, then it's just really hard for the defense to be able to come back from that, and that's true in every single case. And so I'm curious if the defense has done a good enough job poking holes in their theory, then they will have not formed a position to the point where they're defending it in their own minds. And that's what I'm mostly curious about, is where are they in that opinion formation process? And I don't know how we would possibly know that, but that is what I'm curious about.
Yeah. With prosecution going first, they do carry the burden of proof, so they'll go first and last. But the offsetting, what should be the offsetting factor, is that the defendant comes into court shrouded in a cloak of innocence, and she remains innocent until and unless proven guilty, unless and until.
Yeah, I know that's the theory.
All right. There's another factor here. I think that's the Proctor problem. And the Proctor problem is pretty big for the Commonwealth because if Michael Proctor planted evidence, which I would say there is strong circumstantial evidence to support that. If he planted evidence, I believe no matter how much guilt is there, that she should not be found guilty. I believe we can't use a corrupt system to bring about justice. And the only thing that's right to do would be to acquit her, even if she was proven guilty, if evidence was planted. So I don't know. Hopefully a lot. Miss Chris, member for 24 months. Congratulations. Woohoo. One of our OGs. Looks like we're getting a late start. We're about 8 minutes late. Miss Chris, congratulations. Thank you for your support. Summer Girl coming in with a 15-month membership anniversary. Oh yeah, 15 months. That's great. Thank you. What about the injuries? Says Genjo. Nothing from the Commonwealth said his injuries were consistent with being hit by a car. And yes, the who was the expert the Commonwealth brought in last week? The brain surgeon who came in and testified that all the injuries were consistent with someone who was drunk falling over and hitting their head. Now you have two crimes. You've got somebody vandalized Karen Reed's taillight and somebody fell and hit their head. And both things can be true, but yeah, that's going to go against the Commonwealth in a big way, where defense gets to quote the Commonwealth's expert to say this is reasonable doubt.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
When did Proctor find the glass? Not the glass that is on the back of the car from the car, but the glass that supposedly is from his cup.
When did Proctor find the glass afterwards?
Yeah.
Like the 10th and 11th, the 7th, the 10th, and 11th or something, 3 different days. He found big chunks of glass.
But not that night, right? Like some time passed.
No, time had passed. And all those big chunks of glass he found were from the right side of the taillight.
No. I'm asking about the cup glass.
I think that was found on the initial search.
Okay, and the stuff that was found on the initial search matched his cup or did not?
No, the glass that was found on the bumper of the car did not match the glass base that was found near his body. Now they're saying it was not, and I went back and listened to this. She says it was not a physical match, meaning that the puzzle pieces don't fit together. But she didn't testify about the composition, like on an electronic level or a microscopic level of the material to see if it matched material-wise. So it might have just been that those pieces did not fit the existing puzzle piece that they had. Sharkey member for 17 months. Thank you very much. Almost been a member long enough for my teeth to fossilize. Holly Mack, member for 22 months. 2 more months and a new courthouse color. Thanks for the great 22 months. Thank you, Holly Mack. Thanks for representing Canada this morning in the membership messages. Let's see. Good morning, RA and family, says Melissa Preslicki. I hope you had a wonderful vacation. Glad to see you today. Thank you again for what you do. Thank you, Melissa. 8 months. Thank you. Now, she was examining the makeup of the glass, not just if they fit. Alley Cat, I'll have to go back and listen then, because I thought she was talking about a physical match. There are 2 types of matches, right? There's the composition of the glass and then the edges and whether or not they fit. I thought she said they didn't have a physical match. Carolyn W., 1 more month till you turn peak. OG. Watch you every morning. Life is better with y'all in it. Thank you. It's so good to be back after a long weekend. It was a wonderful weekend away, but it's good to be back. Peter Ware, member for 25 months. Happy to spend time with y'all. Thank you, Peter. I think I'm feeling a vibe. I think court's about to begin. 12 minutes after. Something's got to happen here. See, please watch the entire bar scene. It's very telling. The bunch of so-called cops wanted a piece of him. Yeah, that was brought out very well in this trial. Not so well in the first trial. Oh, here we go. Here's the hearings.
You are unmuted.
We've been unmuted. Great.
Now open, you may be seated.
All right, so I was told, Counsel, Mr. Lessie, you wanted to see me?
Yes, please.
Okay. Did you want to come to sidebar?
Start at sidebar and then
Sure.
we'll go from there.
Okay.
All right, so sidebar it is. For those who had sidebar start, you were correct. And it's Mr. Alessi that is bringing this to the judge's attention, so they have an issue, something to discuss. Because this is not their case in chief, this is probably bringing up a problem or something they foresee as a problem that has happened or is about to happen. Oh my goodness, DSN member for 27 months. I'm missing the soundboard. I believe the seats should still work because I've got that computer running at home. So it should auto connect, and some of the commands that just give text responses should work. But unless, of course, my kids turned it off and turned it back on to log into something else. Paul is back on the front row. I see that front row right in the middle, sitting next to Peggy. DSN gifted 5 memberships. Start things off. You doing okay, Jen? Okay. You can drink some of my warm Mountain Dew if you want. That's not Paul. Let me go back and look at that. Was that somebody else? Paul's still in the back row. Who was the guy who's Paul's doppelganger in black in the middle? Maybe I should watch on full screen instead of a little window. No seats. They're not working yet.
All right.
Paul's behind Peggy. Okay, so Paul's in his regular spot, his secondary spot. Rosemary says, it's so clear. The taillight covered the DNA evidence, the phone records, none matters. Common sense. She dropped him off. He went in to the lion's den and never walked out. Okay, yeah, you're right. They're zooming in now. Thank you, cameraman. It was just a very similar haircut. Yeah, they're all bald. Rebecca, thank you very much. Speaking of haircuts, I looked for a place to get my haircut over this weekend. Okay. You want to switch and you could comment on course? You want to switch seats and you can run your commentary on all this? Okay.
Haircuts.
We were talking about haircuts. I was looking for a place to get my haircut because my hair is like a mile long right now. Yeah, I'm at the point where I could donate to Locks for Love, and they don't have them. What do you guys do for a haircut in Tennessee area? There was nothing. I was looking for great clips, super cuts, even like sport cuts. There was nothing. Share Bear member for 26 months. Thank you, Share Bear. Everyone's like, we want Mrs. R.A. We want Mrs. R.A.
No, they don't. You'll just see me yawning.
We'll be back home tonight, so we'll be back in the studio tomorrow. Look at this. Casey TC77 comes in with a 24-month membership anniversary. Love this channel. I was so lost on Friday with no work. It was terrible. It was terrible. Yeah, no man buns in this courtroom. You want to go to this Buc-ee's or the next one? Okay. All right. We're going to stop at this Buc-ee's. Ghost pepper jerky, 2 bags. They've only, it looks like a million different types of jerky, but they really only got like 8 or 10. There's just
hot. Are you sure you want that?
Yeah. You don't want any? If you want some, you have to get some of your own.
Okay.
Super T, thanks for gifting the membership. appreciated. And Alessi's Muscles comes in. I'm ready for some spice after a long weekend. I'm hoping to get it with a little bit of expert witness. Usually when we have expert witnesses, I'm more okay with the... Oh, you lost it. Okay. When they're expert witnesses, I'm more okay with aggressive questioning.
Thank you, sir.
They're experts. They get paid a lot to do that. They've practiced. They're trained. And I'm just okay with a little more heat coming down on them to make sure their opinion is all accurate and correct. KRH member for 14 months says, road trip buddies, thanks for keeping me company during my 20-ish hour long drive. Also, get a jalapeno kolache, Buc-ee's. Goulash? Jalapeno kolache? Is that like spaghetti? Goulash? Let's see. Eileen Thurlane says, recuperated. My husband and I celebrated our 35th wedding anniversary yesterday. Just had a special delivery of paperwork in the courtroom, possibly for the judge.
Is this it?
Yeah. No. Yes. This is it. It says exit now. We're at Crossville Buc-ee's.
This is the one we did not go to.
Yeah, this is the new Buc. This is a smaller Buc-ee's. This is the smallest Buc-ee's I've ever seen. It only has like 50. Only has like 50 gas pumps. We're pulling in right here. By 50, I mean like 100. So 50 was a little conservative, maybe.
No semis.
No trucks allowed. Okay, let's park somewhere where we get a good view of the sky because I've got to be out here. All right. Last time we tried to go in Buc-ee's, and I guess we could give Mrs. R.A. the phone. I could stay out here, live stream, and see if it works. Nope, she said no. Not going to happen. Yeah. Too far, we're cutting in.
Is that good?
That would be better if we were backed up. Husband and son was in Crossville all weekend playing golf, says Delina Foster.
I think we just passed Crossville.
We're in Crossville right now.
Oh.
This is Buc-ee's Crossville.
Awesome.
They played 108 holes in 4 days. They do this twice a year. And then for the next 4 days, they just take Advil, right? That's a lot of golf. That's perfect.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't think I've parked right.
Well, other people will park right. If you can leave the keys on, that would be great, so I can stay cool. Can you find the tip in there?
Yeah. Oh, maybe. Hang on. Okay, come on out, buddy.
All right.
Thank you.
2 ghost pepper jerky. Right. I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, let's do this thing.
I think Mrs. R.A. is a Buc-ee's fan. She likes it. How far are you guys away from arriving back home? About 8 hours. I've only been on the road for a little under 1. So depends on how many stops we make. you say you're in Crossville, Tennessee? Yes, Bama girl, I am in Crossville, Tennessee at Buc-ee's. It's a very long sidebar. Brisket Sammy for breakfast. Oh, that's too heavy. I had a big breakfast at we stayed at Holiday Inn Express, which is one of my favorite cheap hotels to stay at. So we stayed there. Take some candied pepper pecans. Oh, Mrs. already got some of those last time, and she got them. She bought them, and I tried one. They were still warm. They had just barely cooked them. They had just barely finished making them. They were so amazingly soft. I mean, I've never had a pecan that the moisture content was that high, and it was just incredible, really good. 1 hour driving, one stop. Might take a while to get back to North Carolina. It might, but we don't have any more hotels booked, so we have to keep driving until we get home. You can do anything if you stayed at a Holiday Inn Express. Mostly we just swam for 3 hours in their pool last night. Melt in your mouth, good. Great on salads. Yeah. What's going to happen is I'm going to test some of this ghost pepper jerky. And if it's as good as you guys and Thomas says it is, when we pass the next Buc-ee's, I'm going to twist Mrs. R.A.'s arm and we're going to invest in a supply. What in the world is happening at sidebar? Very long sidebar called by Mr. Alessi, and they brought in at least one printout. It's possible the printout could be transcript. Carolyn, that sounds so tempting, but we ate the full breakfast at the hotel already. And by full breakfast, I think I went back for thirds. It was really, really good. Cinnamon pecans. Oh, man. What trial is going to be in 9 months' time? Just found out that I'll be having a baby about then, and I want to reserve my seating for court now. Catastrophe. Congratulations. That is awesome. 9 months' time. You know, I hate to say it, but it could be Koberger. I know he's slated to. I mean, they're probably printing the jury summons right now, but things, the way that's shaping up, it might get pushed. Could get pushed. See, it's going to be 12 weeks long. No, that one's going to be over. I don't know. I don't know what case is coming up at that time. I hear that Brennan and Bev are having ex parte communications. Just a theory. Should have to come early, take care of this, so they don't waste our time. Let me jump on Twitter and see if we've got some updates from observers in the courtroom. Let's see. All right. Okay. Just reading all the Twitter. Jessica Machado, who is an independent journalist, has been trying to get seat to sit in and watch trial, and she's not been very successful. So she's watching on TV, and she's like, the press box is empty. There's only 4 people there. There's room for like 11. And here I am stuck in a Starbucks watching from down the road. Not sure why the press is late. Let's see. No updates really on what's going on right now on the sidebar. This is one of the longer sidebars we've had. We're parked next to a Honda Goldwing with a trailer, like a travel trailer. I mean, it's got like the heated massager seats and everything. It is really, really nice. That's like a bucket list item for me. Tech question from John Davenport. Could you stream the live court remotely from the home computer and then you overlay commentary video? Is that what you're doing? Basically, but no, I'm not doing that right now. I could. I would basically be calling in as a guest on StreamYard on my own show. But that's what the phone's doing. Our dash cam that we have up on the screen right now is currently showing that. Let me turn it so you guys can see where we are. Oh, there's the family. Never mind. Here they are. I think she only got me 1 package. Oh no, she got 2. We're good. We got 2.
Oops, sorry, dude.
All righty. Ghost pepper beef jerky. Thank you.
Hey, little miss.
All right.
some of Dad's special drink can actually help with that. Do you want to get some Mountain Dew?
Dad's special drink. I like how you say that.
What? You don't like it?
No,
Okay.
I don't. I like it. I just don't have it.
It's really good. Tastes delicious. Tastes like chicken. All right. I'm not sure if you want that or not. We're still at sidebar.
I do want that, but I also need to know how to get things started.
Okay.
We're going.
Let me kill the drive cam for a second.
These are the most complicated earbuds I've ever worn.
But they work great. So it's the wrong ear.
Oh.
This goes over your ear,
Okay.
then put it in.
Okay.
Like that.
Thank you. Am I turning left?
You are. You're turning left, and you can turn left to the light, and then you're going to turn left again at the next light.
So left here and left up there?
Yes.
Okay. Why? That's the wrong
It
way.
goes
Is it getting us home?
left, left, right, and the right is the next freeway on ramp. This wire is a memory wire. You actually can bend it to fit your ear like that, and it will hold it on. It's an IFB, it's an in-ear feedback type. Beautiful Sprinter van off to our left. You can't see it, but okay. So left at this light. There's a Sprinter van ahead of us. This is the Ford version. So stay in this lane because you're going to turn right at the next light. Okay, it's never too early for beef jerky, by the way. So I'm going to try the ghost pepper. Garbage.
What are you going to do if it's like really hot?
I will sweat it out on the screen to everyone's amusement. Collapse the lung, coughing. Okay, right at the next light, we'll get you on back on the freeway.
And then I'm on that freeway for a long time, right?
Yeah. Oh, it does have some heat.
It's ghost pepper.
Oh,
guys. Tell Daddy you love him. He's about to die.
Mm. It's hot. I'm sorry, I should probably mute my mic.
Yeah, it's a long time on this road. Okay.
Can you hear me now? Okay. So I basically unmuted my mic to chew. Just did it backwards. What's for breakfast? It was ghost pepper beef jerky. I had one piece. I'm going to wait. 2 bags will last me a long time. It's really hot. It's good, but it's really, really hot. Ooh. Like I'm sweating. My chest is sweating. That's too much information, but I'm telling you, I'm breaking out in like a full body sweat from the heat from that. I ate a big piece, and it's good. I like it. No one is going to steal it from me.
You're right. That is all yours.
Ooh.
What happened while I was gone?
Nothing. We're still in a sidebar, which is
The original sidebar?
yes. Mr. Alessi asked to see the judge at sidebar, and he's still there.
Okay.
A little bit of an underpass here. 1 second. And we're back. Oh. It's like, it just opens you up. Wow. Tennessee's largest flea market. Don't rub your eyes with that hand that had the jerky in. I know, and I've got the chlorine eyes from yesterday at the pool, so I'm in a bad way now. I've got ghost pepper on my hands. Oh man, here's a bad word. Arve Larson says maybe an all-day sidebar. That would be bad. What could be that bad?
That you would know about.
Okay, now it's gone to my eyes. Wow. Can't drive. Hand wipes. Stat. No, don't have any. That would be thinking ahead.
I actually ordered some, and that was the one thing that Walmart was like, no.
This is a fresh jerky counter, like deli counter. That's the way to go versus the packs of jerky. Oh.
What?
We bought the bagged stuff. They make it fresh. You could just get I'd like 2 pounds of that type thing. Well, there's another
They're
bucket.
making tortillas in there. Fresh. Like, here's some dough. I'll squish it and cook it.
So yeah, it's good food. Can't go wrong. Passing our little Ford Sprinter van. Is Ford the only company that still does the key button unlock on the door? Flyover County, by the way, thank you very much for the super chat. Should try the fresh jerky. We do have another, I think in 2 or 3 hours, we've got another Buc-ee's. Meg says nearly 2 years, and this was the longest weekend ever without y'all. Thank you, Meg. OG. KRH, road trip buddies. Thanks for keeping me company during a 20-ish hour drive. Now I've got the hiccups from the heat. It's really warm. See if I can get this quality as high as possible here. A couple more reporters have filed in. Still got an empty seat or two. The reporters who are allowed in to watch the court case inside the courtroom are picked by a lottery system. And some people get picked a lot, and other people have not been picked at all. So I guess that's a true RNG, random number generator style.
Canton filter.
Yes, with a thumb on the scale, but yeah. Yeah, this view is actually incredible. It is beautiful. I know we've been driving through some mountains, but being raised in the Wasatch Mountains, which are over 10,000 feet tall, these don't seem mountains to me. They're more hills, but they're beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I think we passed the trailer version of that yesterday with all the axles. Now we have the wheel hubs. Must be a trailer factory nearby. The closer we get out of Tennessee, the better the reception gets from Starlink, so it's only going to get better and better as the day goes on. So,
I'm not saying that. That's just.
did I tell them about what?
Starlink taking a hit.
Something. It hit a rock, or we hit a rock or something. Hit our Starlink on the roof, but I've bought a little silicone cover for it, and it didn't even scratch it. It's beautiful. So super happy with Starlink over this one. Apparently,
it did help because we were listening to an audiobook, and we had maybe 5 minutes left of the audiobook, and we had arrived at the hotel, so we stopped listening to it, and we went inside and had the whole evening and night thing. Came the next day, we're going to finish listening to the book, and it had returned because the time had run out, and it just automatically returned.
The
so
book.
It was nice to have the Starlink. We could get it back again.
I could check the book out from the library again, so I could hear the ending. Lisa, you're in Park City. We have the Corey Richards trial coming up soon. I'm not sure when. Is it still on hold pending a decision? I have to check and see what the status is with Corey Richards, because that might be our next trial, the next big one. The jury's not in the courtroom right now. They're still in the jury room. But I'm sure that the judge is mindful of that, knowing that they're sitting there waiting, looking at the clock, saying, I got out of bed for this. Next Buc-ee's in 80 miles. Wow. In case you missed it. This is absolutely beautiful. Longest sidebar ever. It's bad because Mrs. R.A. hates driving in the rain, and now it's dumping it down.
Anymore.
Hoping the rain doesn't cause problems with Starlink. But,
oh yeah, that's my main concern.
Yeah. She's doing great. Defendant supplemental list of witnesses. How far from home? About 8 hours right now.
1:30.
It's a 2-day trip. Mrs. R.A. is actually a great driver. She does well. Probably because she's more cautious than I am. Sidebar could have been an email, says Greeners. Okay, here we go. Looks like everyone's standing. Possibly the... Oh, now we're getting the only fan. So
They're just bringing the jury.
the jury in, or if the judge is taking a quick break. I keep eyeing this bag of jerky like I want another piece, but I don't know if I do. I don't know where we're coming back through. Are we coming back through Western North Carolina? Or are we going up through Virginia?
You're asking where we are right now.
Are we going to be driving back through Western North Carolina or Virginia?
Oh, I don't know. The phone is in charge.
Whichever way Siri takes us. It chose the shortest route this morning. We said, how do we get home from here? And it's picked everything from there on.
Should we do Christmas shopping?
Good.
Probably could.
Got big message on the road sign up ahead. I-40 East. Open. Wide load detour follow 16. One lane traffic, mile marker 446, max width 8.5 feet. So the I-40 is open.
Are we on I-40? We are. We're on I-40. Is that fine?
I don't know. We'll see. It might. If the windshield wipers get too bad, I'll probably mute my mic during court so you don't hear the thump, thump, thump. But when court's not happening, she must have taken a break. This is did she have to make a decision or something? There is a new supplemental list of witnesses filed by the defense today. They have added Matthew Coleman. See, now comes the defendant Karen Reed in the above captioned matter to provides the following supplemental list of witnesses. The defendant intends to call at trial for the sole purpose of authenticating records. Matthew Coleman from Quincy, MA. Michael P. Arico from Canton. Nicholas David White from Milton. And Jonathan Diamondis from Milton. Commonwealth has given notice by email the defendant was adding the above witnesses to the defense list on May 15th. Okay, so they knew about it for a while. There's no traffic. You can get over in the other lane. It's good. It's wide enough here. Yeah. Wonder why the judge took another break. Has that fire extinguisher always been there, or is this a different fan? Or the fire alarm. Looks like the smoke alarm up there with the red base. It's a new one. We are now about almost 50 minutes into what should have been testimony this morning. The jury has not yet entered the courtroom, to our knowledge, and we've only had a long sidebar. John Amara says, seems to me the defense knows about a lot of things and waits until the last minute to give the info to the court. Seems like a pattern to me. I think it's a game they play. Defense is adding more witnesses. Turns out the only fan isn't the only. I did not, but they are local. So authenticating records, it's got to be something with police. So we're probably going to talk about camera system, metadata, all that. If you put this in front of your arm, like this, that should hold a little better. That work? Can't really see. Well, I can get mod chat pulled up. Just one second. Do you need mod chat? All right, I have mod chat. Brief recess. Recess is going to be 20 to 30 minutes. 20 to 30 minutes. That was just a few minutes ago. So we've got about 15 to 20 minutes left. 15 to 25 minutes left.
What would cause that?
Could be a couple things. If the judge has to make a decision right now on something, and this could be like right before we hear this witness, we have an objection here. The judge obviously is probably not going to be happy that she has to that it was brought up so late, but it could be some late breaking information. She has to go hear this first. She hears from both sides to see what their arguments are, what their positions are. Then she has to weigh the evidence and possibly go back and consult the law books, look at some of the case law that they brought up, and then make a ruling. So that's the only thing I could guess would be what she's doing right now is making a ruling of some sort that is going to be announced here shortly. We are in the cloud. It's super foggy up here, as you can see. Visibility probably 300 yards, maybe a little more. Yeah, Starlink's doing great. Why isn't this done through arguments in open court?
That is a good question.
The judge has made some rulings, John, that some of the information is under seal. Some of the information that's come in from the federal government, from the FBI, about the investigation they did is under seal. And if anything has to do with that, it's going to be handled at sidebar. Plus, she just likes sidebars. Anytime she can drag the lawyers up there by their ears and really give them an earful and not have to face the scrutiny of us, I think she likes it. Pentufle says, my money's on Koberger's trial being delayed thanks to Dateline. We've got two things. You've got the Dateline show, a 2-hour special they did, which is basically the Brian's Guilty show, is how it was portrayed. And then you've got the book that comes out, the first week of July? And I've thought about this. I'm not a big fan of the book, but I might want to get the book just so I can tell you guys what's in it.
A lot of pages.
484 pages, I think it is. And it says precedent access and local interviews. So it's possible that the information in that book might inspire more complaints from the defense.
Possibly justifiable ones.
Yeah. So if the investigation into whoever leaked information to Dateline will probably grow into whoever leaked information into the book. Might be the same person, might be different people. But
this book was like, we got tons of.
Oh, the book has a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. So.
I'm curious. Does anybody know? Does James Patterson do nonfiction normally?
Does James Patterson do nonfiction? I don't know.
I mean, I know he does fiction, but this is not fiction.
Everyone's saying that you should read that book to us really quickly one morning.
Really quickly.
Yeah.
Doing our sidebar.
That's light reading for you. Is the book published? I think it's being printed right now. It comes out July 1st. Comes out in July.
I was just curious though, if this is James Patterson's first foray into nonfiction, that's interesting all by itself.
My ears are popping something fierce. Coming down the mountain in Tennessee. Mathis, it's Celine Dion in memory of Jeff. Love it. Yes, the fan is Celine Dion. Iris has been a member for 16 months, says, wait, May is almost over and I didn't send my bonus chat. Hello, everyone. Hello, Mrs. R.A. and Mr. R.A. Hello, R.A. and Mrs. R.A. It's like we were in the back seat driving with you. It's crowded. So the two pieces of tech gear that we tested out for this trip that I really like, I guess three pieces. The first piece is a little a mount made by Small Rig that mounts the camera up on the dash so you can look forward and watch the road. Sorry, lots of tree cover here, so might need to be in the fast lane after this car. Okay, so that's the first thing, is that mount. The second thing is the Starlink. The Starlink has worked very, very well, as long as it has a clear view of the sky. When the trees overgrow the road like this, it's not as good, and the underpasses obviously are a problem. But the third item that I'm super happy with was that Jackery battery pack, because I mean it's big, it weighs 25 pounds, but I can charge it up in 2 hours at the hotel and then it will run all day. Like we used it all day on just the Starlink yesterday. It still had 73% of the battery left when we arrived at the hotel. So super impressed with how long it lasts. Army Mom says, all right, welcome back. Did you see that Judge Bev got an award recently?
She did.
What was that for?
Outstanding something or other.
It was presented by Accenture. Who was it?
It was in her role as a judge. She was receiving an award for being outstanding in something.
She was outstanding in her field, huh? Like a farmer. Is that a legitimate thing? I thought it was a joke. James Patterson has written several nonfiction books, often focusing on true crime, historical events, and biographies. Thank you, Linda Lou, for that.
Does he always have a co-author? Because I noticed that he did on this one.
Not sure about the co-author, if he always does that or not. She was Person of the Year, Time Magazine, Judge Beverly Cannoni. No. R.A., tell Mrs. R.A. that James Patterson has written some nonfiction, mainly biographies, like Kennedy, one of the British royal family, ER nurses, and so on.
Really? That is fascinating.
Outstanding bias. That's the Sarah T says. It was for her outstanding bias. No one does it quite like she does. I'm sure there are going to be some more books written about. Here we go. I'm sure there are going to be some more books written about the Koberger case. But I think Emily Baker pointed out on her stream over the weekend, what is there to write a book about right now? How do you write a book now before the evidence has come out, before the trials occurred? You can't.
He says he's got the evidence.
You can't say much of anything. So unless he's got all sorts of leaks, which really does jeopardize the trial. And I realize it's not the author's fault. It would be the police fault if the police, law enforcement provided the information to him. But that it could really change. It could take the death penalty off the table. Nothing like it. Thank you very much for becoming a member again. Appreciate your support. And now you are green. It's wonderful. This sidebar should be over in about 5 to 10 minutes. Can limit things like the death penalty. It can. And it's not, I would say it's not, the biggest problem is not that they can't find a jury now. The biggest problem is that the Commonwealth and by attachment, law enforcement, who is basically on the same team as I'm saying Commonwealth, the state of Idaho. We've been to Karen Reed too long. The state, and by attachment, not just the prosecutors, they're responsible for things that law enforcement does. They have to follow the judge's orders, and if they violated the judge's orders, the prosecution can be punished, even if it was rinky-dink town sheriff talks to author and spills all. It could affect this case, and suddenly death penalty could be off the table. We know that Idaho's done that in the past. In the recent past, they did it with Lori Vallow, and that was over a discovery issue. So this could become a life case very quickly. And honestly, if it turns into a case where life in prison is the worst they can get, death penalty's off the table, does he then pursue everything, or does he just take a plea? Because it seems like that's their goal. They're fighting for the option for life. A Birdie B, member for 8 months. Most of the information was already released before the gag order was put in place. It's always been there. I think there was some more information specifically about Amazon, the way the searches were performed for the K-bar knife and the knife sheath. Is this the same house we passed before? I think it is. But now the roads are narrower and rainy. I don't know. I'm sure that the Koberger would probably go through with the full court proceeding. It's beautiful rivers and lakes over here. Just gorgeous. I would show you, but you can't see. It's over the edge.
I have so much respect for big rig drivers. It just driving for 8 hours straight. It's nuts.
You might need to pass this guy.
Oh, I know. But it's not easy. Oh, fabulous.
It's the same river as before. We're driving in circles. Yeah. Here we go. We're passing the big house. He's going to move over because he's got a lane right here, so he's got some room. You're good. Go for it. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. No, he's moving the other way. There you go. All right. This is all right. Says I'm not allowed to do any backseat driving anymore. Beautiful. Did great. AZDCS Oversight, member for 19 months. Hey, everyone. Welcome. Congratulations. Another OG with been here longer than the months indicates. Linda Lou says, I'm really an OG because I've been here since Brooks. Yep. URA have definitely made me a true crime addict. Love you all. Linda Lou, thank you very much. I've learned so much over this time, and most of it is from you guys in chat. Thank you very much. Covered it last Friday, graduated from college with an Associate of Applied Science in Criminal Justice. Stephanie Mitchell, congratulations. That is a criminal justice degree was what I first put down as my major. And I took one class. I took a criminal justice class. It was my first class. This was at a community college. Loved it. Wrote like a 70-something page paper. And never took another class in criminal justice. Changed my major to communications. So, my professor was actually a judge. He taught night classes, and that's when I took the college class. But he taught night classes and was a judge for the state. It was fun to get his perspective.
A show called Night Court.
Night Court? It was an old one that had like a really tall, bald guy.
Like when you said a judge
in
night classes, I was like, I can't remember the called Night Court.
Tisha Sidebar, 17 wonderful months. Thank you very much, Tisha. We're now about an hour late for court to start. Jury has been waiting this whole time. They could have slept in from their long weekends, but instead they showed up to court early and then waited around.
Are they allowed to have phones?
Phones, not while they're in there.
Like while they're waiting?
I don't know. I don't know if they're allowed in.
Most people are addicted to their phones. I think this might be really hard if they took their phones away.
So am I technically still pursuing a criminal degree? Put on your LinkedIn account profile. I'm not. I used the credits that I got from that class to get my associates, and then later pursued and achieved a bachelor's. Ready to get into all the semantics. Rocky, thank you very much. 21 months. Another OG. How will Judge Beverly apologize to the jury? That's our next question. Let's see. I think she's going to go with the old standby. Jurors, I appreciate your patience. Sometimes there are things we have to take care of at sidebar. We're actually doing things to streamline the case. I've been told, the lawyers tell me that we're actually ahead of schedule. And so I do apologize, but we're doing everything we can just to make this happen as expeditiously as possible for you. Something like that. She wouldn't use the word expeditiously, though. What? She would use a different word. What's a good Boston style word for the smooth? We're trying to make this as smooth as possible for you. That's why we meet like this at sidebar. We're working as fast as we can. Everybody except the defense has really got your interest at heart. The defense, the only ones I've had to really chide and ride a little bit, and even whip a little bit, because we all like to whip the defense. We're trying to make the case go wicked smooth. Yeah, that's sort of hip. All right, any minute now, we will be back in court. It's been a long delay, late start here for the jury, but we anticipate this today. It's possible that today or tomorrow the prosecution could rest. and turn this over to the defense. So it could get very spicy very quickly as we see where the defense decides to go with this.
So the defense can call back everybody who has already been called and then just go for the jugular.
The problem is defense can call back other witnesses if they've retained them on their list as well, or called them, subpoenaed them. But you do better questioning them on cross than you do on direct, because you can lead. So if you're going to examine a witness, I would prefer to do it on cross examination than direct. Yes, Scott, I'm not going to say anything.
But they have to call all the people that the prosecution did not call to get the story in. Like
Higgins they could call Higgins and Albert and Proctor.
McCabe, what's Jen's husband?
I think the only person that's off the list, I think, is Colin. I think they're not allowed to call him, but the rest are on the list. Ron Valaquette, we're wicked sorry. Here we go. Wicked sorry. Ellen Sullivan, member for 17 months. Hard to believe it's been this long. Joined during the heard so much fun. It was awesome. Who is Colin? Colin Albert. He's the son. The FIDA. He's the FIDA. But he's never hit anyone in his life, apparently. Lisa says, I love you guys, but please, out of the passing lane when not passing. I actually asked Mrs. R.A. to... sorry, waiting for the Starlink to catch up from the glitch there. Actually asked Mrs. R.A. to stay in the fast lane as much as possible. She'd prefer the slow lane because the position with the trees and the Starlink, the signal drops out when we're in the slow lane. You could probably switch now, but plus, she just likes to pass people.
We're doing it for you guys.
It's all for y'all. Defense calls Chloe Albert to the stand. Yeah, and then they're the people who pass like that, about 100 miles an hour. So on the right. We're expected to start in about 4 minutes. Jen Christie says, since we haven't started yet, since we aren't back yet, I have some news to share. I haven't left my house without my mother since my son died in April of 2019. And yesterday I drove to see my situationship. A house alone. On your own. That is awesome. That is awesome.
That's huge.
That's huge. Yeah. Jen, congratulations. That's really cool. Thank you for sharing that. Is the state really not calling Proctor? They're not calling Proctor. They will not. Which will make the defense have to do it and have to do it without being able to lead unless he gets really hostile, which I think he might. We know why they're delayed. We know there was a long sidebar, and then the judge took a break. So I think the judge had some decision that had to be made this morning, and she wanted a little bit of time to either read some case law or word her decision. They're building another Buc-ee's in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Build one in Greenville, North Carolina. That's where I am. Will be tonight. Scott, hopefully we get a ruling from the judge. If she does come out and make a ruling and read it openly, that would give us a good indication of what happened at the sidebar. Otherwise, we might just have to speculate for a while. Still waiting for the mistrial. I don't think that one's happening. I think everyone wants to see this come to a conclusion.
I am quite curious. If Karen Reed is found not guilty, will she still live there? Like, if it were me, I'd be like, pack my bags. I am gone.
Yeah, I don't know if she would still live right there. I wouldn't want to be right there, but I don't think the pizza's that good. We did see the motion that they filed for 4 new witnesses to authenticate documents. I believe because of the location the witnesses are listed as, I think those are going to be police records, particularly videos. All right, in the next 30 seconds or so, if the judge is on time, which he rarely is, he'll be starting.
We're out of the rain, though. Yay!
Nice. How does Starlink work in the rain? It's been working beautifully. The only problems I've noticed are from the trees that grow over the road. It needs to be able to see the sky, so a tree in the way is a problem. I get a tiny bit of a blip for about a second when we go under an overpass like this one up here. We're coming up.
Wait a minute.
You're going left. Wait.
What?
Wait. Just stay on this road. So if this is an exit only, we need to be out of this lane.
I think we're going to be it. So wait, this is 2 lanes.
Okay. No issues on cloudy, stormy days? None at all. Now, it might have a problem with the snow, but it does have a built-in heater inside the Starlink. And when it gets cold, it will turn on, so then the ice will melt off.
I want one of those on our roof. I mean, not North Carolina, but
54 miles, continue straight.
okay. Thank you.
So here's an overpass right here. So there's a little bit of a blip there as we go under, but other than that, it's really good. Now I'm on the nationwide roaming plan, which is unlimited, so you can have as much data as you want. It's not throttled, and you end up with about 150 megabits download and maybe 10 or 15 upload. But I've been seeing a little less than that.
Bits or bytes?
Yeah. Bits or bytes? Megabytes. Did I say bits?
I think you did say bits. That's right. I think you did miss one.
World's largest fireworks stores. No field trip camera, just the dash camera we have right now, one in the bottom left-hand corner. I do pay $165 a month for the Starlink, but that plan allows me to roam. There are other plans that are cheaper, like there's a $10 a month plan that gives you like 1 gigabyte of data, sorry. And I'm going to keep doing that throughout this trial. I would burn through that in less than a day. A gigabyte of data I would probably use before our first break.
But this worked out really well because you had already paid for it this month for some other
Yeah.
thing that you were doing.
Yep. Now we're cruising. Good in this lane? Or? This Jeep doesn't want to let us switch lanes. All right, we're back in court. Here we go.
You are unmuted.
Hear ye, hear ye. God save the Queen and the
I was
Queen
told
and the
counsel
Queen of
wanted
this
to
court.
see me at sidebar.
Are you serious?
But now we may be seated.
Another sidebar. Another sidebar. I don't believe it. They came back for round 2 at the sidebar. Wait, Your Honor. Change my mind. Change my mind. So we get another sidebar. Sidebar 2, witnesses 0 today. We're at Campbell State Road, Farraquat.
What town are we in?
I think this is Knoxville. Mr. Jackson refuses to participate in the sidebar, having already done the obligatory sidebar pre-trial this morning. He's sitting at his computer, composing his memoirs. Karen Reed is up at the sidebar, though, with Mr. Unetti and Mr. Alessi. And Miss Little.
Do they have rules about which lawyers can come up to sidebars?
They all can. This trial is unique in that the defendant gets to go up to the sidebar. The reasoning behind that is because a lot of states, including this one, believe that the defendant has the right to participate in anything that is substantive to the case. Like if there's going to be a decision made or discussion about issues in the case that could affect the outcome of the case, the defendant has a right to participate in those discussions. And so in this particular case, they allow the defendant to go up there. Other states that do this will often have the defendant sit at the counsel table, sometimes still shackled, and they'll listen in on a headset when there's a sidebar. But this one has chosen the many steps method. Maybe Commonwealth has done that caught the defense by surprise. Oh, without calling Walsh? Mr. Welch?
Oh, that would be
Professor W?
not a good idea for the prosecution.
Here comes a big overpass. Just 1 second. 3, 2, 1. And we are back. So we're now going over 30 minutes of sidebar this morning. Lexus of Knoxville. I've got a taillight if they want to buy it. Might be broken after I'm done with it. Still have not done anything with my taillight. Obviously, I was on vacation, so I didn't get to dissect it. But I do plan on cutting it apart into pieces and layers so I can use it as a demonstrative. Amber Fox says, while we're waiting just for fun, how did you and Mrs. R.A. meet? I had just stuffed a full cookie in my mouth, and Mrs. R.A. tapped me on the shoulder and asked me a question. And I turned around and I said, that's how it happened. And clearly, my charm won her over. And
But you called later that day.
I did. I called. I finally thought of something to say in response. Called later that day, and it was a lame question, but did ask you out on a date, planned a date, nearly stood you up on the date.
3 hours late.
3 hours late, barely a few minutes, 180 minutes late.
Hours. And you know where he was?
I was hunting.
He was in the jail.
Okay. I was with the police.
At the jail.
No.
Oh, great. Great.
Great, says Bev. Let's do another sidebar. Great. Come on up here, attorneys. I was 3 hours late. To her credit, she actually did open the door when I did show up and knock on the door. And she's like, sure, why not? You know, it can't get much better than this. She'd already gone to bed. She's like, forget it. I'm just taking a nap. This guy stood me up.
So I just fell asleep.
And I took her fishing, which was not the smartest thing to do, I guess. Going straight from something I like to something else that I like that she has no interest in. But it worked.
You solemnly swear the evidence of the court in case now and hearing should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir. You're welcome. Good morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning, sir. So we're going to have a short voir dire. Okay, so Mr. Lessie,
Thank you, Your Honor.
we're going to have a short voir dire. Okay, so Mr. Lessie,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Can you hear me right now?
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning.
If you look at any documents in answering my question, I appreciate you letting me know that, okay?
Okay.
Do you have any documents open in front of you at this moment?
I do. I have a binder.
Your Honor, I would ask until the question comes
can you
up.
do without it, sir, for a few minutes?
Depending on the question. Sure.
Okay, so just let us know if you need to look at it. Don't look at it without
Yep. I mean,
permission, please. All right, go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Your
Lessie.
Honor. Dr. Welcher, you have changed your PowerPoint presentation in the last few days in this case, correct?
I deleted a slide and removed a couple words.
Right, but you've changed your PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Correct. I deleted a slide and deleted a couple words.
Who have you spoken to at the Commonwealth in the last 2 weeks? Anybody associated with the Commonwealth, who have you spoken to?
In the last 2 weeks, Mr. Brannon, Mr. Lowley, Lieutenant Tully.
Anyone else?
I think Mary Ellen Gray.
Anyone else?
The tech person, Cindy, this morning.
And with regard to those conversations, what prompted those conversations? Who initiated them?
I was originally told I was going to have to be out here last Monday. So there was a whole flurry of conversations around that. I was initially told I may have to give all my rebuttal testimony on a whole huge data set I'd received.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. My question was simply because we have a limited amount of time. Who initiated the conversations?
Oh, there were multiple conversations.
How many?
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I'm sorry?
More than 10?
Probably not.
All right. What did you discuss with, you understand it's no longer Detective Lieutenant Tully. It's, as I understand, it's Lieutenant Tully. Did you have you said you had conversations with him, correct?
Correct.
When was the first conversation? How many? And what are the nature of those conversations?
Are you limiting it to the last 10 days or in total in my life?
Within the last 2 weeks.
Last 2 weeks. I believe it was when I got here on Saturday night, I informed them I had landed. And then Sunday morning, he gave me a ride over to the district attorney's office.
And what did you discuss from when you, did you have any discussions with Lieutenant Tully before Saturday, within the last 2 weeks?
Not to my knowledge.
What did you discuss with Lieutenant Tully? Topics.
Give me a time frame.
I keep saying the last 2 weeks. That's the time frame I'm looking
all
at.
the conversations I had with him?
Yes.
Can you have somebody pick me up at the hotel?
I'm talking substantive, sir, about your outline, your PowerPoint presentation. Topics of what discussions about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
I had no discussions with him about the topics of my PowerPoint presentation.
Who did you have discussions with from the Commonwealth about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
Mr. Brandon and Mr. Lally.
Describe those conversations and how many you had, including the first one that you had.
Well, I originally submitted my presentation with my original report way back, I believe, in January.
Right. I'm asking for conversations within the last 2 weeks.
Okay, question wasn't clear. Then on Sunday, we just went through top to bottom through my presentation. Mr. Brandon wanted to make sure he understood everything in it. And then I met with Mr. Brandon again on Sunday. We ran through it briefly again. And then that was largely it.
Who suggested the changes to your presentation?
Mr. Brandon.
Mr. Brennan suggested the changes that you make.
He indicated some of the things, for example, the slide I deleted referenced testimony that I was not allowed to include on a slide.
Were there any discussions with anybody from the prosecution team about the changes with regard to the what I will call the Dighton route, the Dighton distance, and the total mileage? Do you know which slide I'm referring to, sir?
I do, yes.
Who initiated the discussion on the changes to that slide?
So that slide was changed, I don't know, probably 8 or 10 days ago.
Oh, it was changed 8 or 10 days ago.
Correct.
Were there any changes made from 8 or 10 days ago to what's now in your presentation?
Not beyond what we've talked about.
Oh, okay. So 10 days ago, those changes were made.
8 to 10 days ago.
Is a colleague of yours at Aperture, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of issues relating to the accuracy or inaccuracy of CV?
Unfortunately, I've been bombarded with emails that have referenced that. I've seen it. I have not read them.
You've been bombarded with them, but you have, and you say unfortunately, but you have not read any of them? None?
Maybe 1 or 2 lines. For example, they come in, they're looking like legitimate business emails. And then I pull it up as a business email. I'm like, okay, I'm not supposed to do this. Court said I can't look at this.
Now, I want to go back to your slide presentation. I understand that you intend, subject to our objections at the court's ruling, you intend to present testimony with regard to your PowerPoint where you are going to elaborate on your 1231-38 to 1231-43 trigger 1162-2, and you're going to add to what has been in your presentation a verbal discussion with regard to Mr. Burgess's change that he made in his May 8th report with regard to the variance time window. Do I have that correct?
No, you don't. It's not based upon a verbal discussion. It's based upon his report.
Okay, so you're going to make, you propose, what you're intending to do is you want to add the change from Mr. Burgess's May 8th report to what you're going to testify to on your PowerPoint. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
And the only reason you're going to testify with regard to altering the 123138 to 123143 window is because of what Mr. Burgess has done on May 8th. Is that correct?
It's better data. So I'm altering it and correcting it with better data that I've received from Mr. Burgess.
Right. But my point is, if it weren't for Mr. Burgess's change, you wouldn't be making any changes in your testimony, correct? It's only because of what Mr. Burgess did on May 8th. Is that correct?
Only from his report, correct.
Correct. So, and you understand, sir, that that change has significant effects on the very issues in this case with regard to the timeline and the collision you allege occurred, and comparing it to human volitional conduct of Mr. O'Keefe with regard to his manipulation of the phone. You understand the consequences of that change, do you, sir?
I do. I would disagree with your assertion that this is consequential. Again, my original data, which is in my PowerPoint and has not changed, that data is still there. The timing was extremely close within the error of the measurements, which Mr. Burgess ultimately showed in his subsequent report that was within the variance associated with those timing devices.
I understand, but my point, sir, and I want to understand if I have it correct, is that is going to move the time that you assert the 1162.2 trigger occurred, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that's a substantial change given the issues in this case when seconds matter? Or do you think it's an insignificant change?
I wouldn't say it's insignificant. Again, I haven't modified my PowerPoint at all. I was happy with the data I had and satisfied with the data I had. Again, once presented as engineer would with better data, we use better data. I'm sorry.
Please, for voir dire, let him finish.
Yeah.
It brings it closer in time to Ian Whiffin's last contact point data. But even if we don't have that, given what I knew about the variance in the cell phones, my time was still within that window anyway.
Sir, you've just answered my question, which is you agree that it affects the timeline in the activity of Mr. Whiffin's report. You said brings it closer. Did I have your words correctly?
Correct. What I was concerned about was your word about significant change. It brings it closer. It doesn't necessarily bring it significantly closer. My original timeline was very close, within the range of the accuracy of those types of cell phones, infotainment system data. So even if I didn't have Mr. Burgess's subsequent report, the data is still within that time window.
Sir, isn't it a fact that with the variance of Mr. Burgess that you're now you want to testify to, that there is a change because your 1162.2 trigger 1231.38 to 1231.43, you know that there's a device lock event on the phone of Mr. O'Keefe after that time period. You understand that, correct?
So again, there's a window of plus minus on that. Technically, those timestamps on that are, as you indicated, again, it's literally, I wrote that on my slide. It includes my slide where I have that exact comment.
But my question, sir, is the change means now that with the Mr. Burgess variance moving, you now have part of the moving range that occurs after the device lock, whereas before your change, the device lock occurred after every bit of your range of 1162.2. I have that correct, don't I, sir?
You do.
Okay.
Okay, so
Your Honor,
that's it.
that's all I needed. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to bring the jury in. Are they outside the door? Awesome. You may as well stay right there.
Thank you.
Okay?
All right. Sounds like the issue this morning was a fight over this witness.
See you at sidebar.
And we get sidebar number 3, as the judge has to make a ruling on whether or not this information is substantial, if this change will be allowed in. We've got the whole Mr. Brennan asked me to change my present. Mr. Brennan asked you to change. Whoa. Interesting. Great stuff here. Let's see. I cannot
Did the jury
pin messages. The jury has not heard this. The jury is coming in right now, but the judge is making a quick ruling. I think she's going to allow this. She'll use her signature phrase to do it. I'll allow it. What she's done in the past, when one side's a little bit shady and she allows it, is she just says, I'll allow a vigorous cross, right? A healthy cross, substantial cross. Maybe that will help out here, but I'm not sure. Let's see if I can pin this message. I'm sorry. Trying to get there.
Okay, so I didn't understand that last bit where he was saying now that you've got something ended before and now it ends after. What was that?
There was a device lock, which is a physical lock where someone pushed the lock button on the phone, and it happened after the time frame that he said it could have happened. And this change makes it so that it happens, it now overlaps and it's possible. So it's
okay, so that is substantial.
It's substantial. I'd say it's definitely substantial.
So his argument of no, it was close enough, and this just makes it a little tighter. It's fine. That's crap.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a huge difference.
Yep. Trying to see if I can get some pinned messages in here. There we go.
So we took up a lot of your time this morning. I think the coffee and donuts and muffins was probably a hint that we were taking longer than what we ordinarily would do. I do appreciate your patience. So I have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we met last week? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here last week?
Did you talk to anyone about it?
Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Now jury's here.
Sir, can I just stand and raise your right hand? Yes, sir. Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury of the case now is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Thank you. You're welcome.
May I refer to my resume? May I refer to my resume?
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter who's next to you?
Absolutely. My name is Judson Welcher. My first name is Judson. Last name is Welcher, Welcher.
Sir, what do you do for a profession?
I'm an accident reconstructionist and biomechanical engineer.
I'd like you to explain to us a little bit about what an accident reconstructionist does.
Sure. You can think of accident reconstruction and things such as this as the physics and engineering that happens in car crashes. So accident reconstruction tends to deal with everything that happens to the car and outside the car, skid marks, vehicle damage, the electronic recording systems in the vehicle, things that have to do with the motion forces and how the physics of everything occurred and how that affected the motion of the vehicles.
You said that you were an accident reconstructionist, but also a biomechanical engineer. How is your work as a biomechanical engineer different than an accident reconstructionist?
So simply, you can think of biomechanics as similar, but to everything inside the car. So biomechanics is looking at how the effects of physical forces are applied to the human anatomy. When I'm trying to explain to somebody what I do, I say, hey, it's like a civil engineer who's designing a bridge. So many trucks and cars on the bridge. Are that going to cause the beams in the bridge to fail? Is that going to cause the cables to fail? So a human body is governed by the same laws of physics, just like the bridge. Obviously, it's made of a lot of different materials, but in a human body, my beams are bones. My cables are the muscles and ligaments. Different material properties, but everything's governed by the laws of physics and principles of engineering.
My beams are bones?
So I'm looking at how physical forces, the outside of the car, when people are inside the car, seatbelts, airbags. The first seatbelt was patented by an engineer. It's engineers who quantify the force of the crash and what kind of injury damage there is to the body. So it is force that causes damage like a fracture. And so we're looking at how the physical forces are apply to the body and what that means in terms of what happens to the body.
Damage like a fracture. Let's get back to that.
Dr. Welcher, I want to ask you a little bit about how you became a biomechanical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. Can you tell us?
Sure. So when I was getting ready to go to college, my father, who was a physician, said, whatever you do, do not go to medical school. Because I was getting ready to go to medical school. So this was 39 years ago, I believe. 35 years ago, 39 years ago. He said, it's just not worth it. So I said, okay. So then I entered into the mechanical engineering. I grew up riding motorcycles, taking things apart, frequently pissing my parents off when I couldn't put it back together.
Guess we can say that word.
But I like taking things apart and figuring out how things work. So I went to university and got my undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering. From there, I happened to be at a Thursday meeting of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers.
Thursday meeting.
Came in from a company that did this type of work.
Like AA, but
and
different.
they showed some examples of how you apply engineering concepts that you learn in mechanical engineering to the human body. And so I was like, man, that's a great job. That's the perfect mix of engineering that I have and my desire, to learn the medical side of things as well without becoming a doctor. So I talked to them. I actually applied to the company and was ultimately hired as a biomechanical engineer.
How long did you continue as a biomechanical engineer until you went back to school?
So I actually, very quickly after I started the job, I took a human anatomy class at a community college. I quickly realized that wasn't enough. And so in around 1993, I went to the USC Medical School and enrolled through what's called concurrent enrollment, which means you can take the class, but you're not actually in medical school. It's a medical school class. But I took gross human anatomy. So it was me and 160 or so other doctors. I took the same human anatomy that first year medical students at USC took. So it began in 1993.
Did you continue to work as you pursued your higher education?
I ultimately started my own company, continued to work, continued to do research, and a wonderful opportunity to have two beautiful children, and continue to this day.
Tell us a little bit about the company you started and when.
Sure. So in about October of 1994, I started my own company. Me and the guy who was my immediate supervisor.
Okay, shameless plug. What is it?
Said, hey, we can do this better. We can do more research, more testing. And so we started our own company.
What kind of company was it?
It was an accident reconstruction and biomechanical engineering company. We also early on did a bunch of testing and design work for amusement park rides. The same concepts for car crashes applies to roller coasters, basically anything. So we worked and had some contracts on improving ride safety. And I was also on the ASTM committee that looked at amusement park ride designs.
Did that company grow from 2 people?
Correct. We took it from 2 to about 25 people. And then we ultimately sold it in right around January 1st of 2022.
Before 2022, did you obtain a master's degree?
I did.
And what was that in and where was that from?
So again, I was working full time. Actually, while I was doing my master's degree, I was also teaching classes at Texas A&M through their law enforcement training division. So it was extension classes. But I ultimately completed my master's thesis in December of 2001. That was from USC, University of Southern California. And I received my master's degree in biomedical engineering. I wrote my thesis. It was basically on automotive seat design, but it was titled Whiplash-Associated Disorders, Related Anatomy, Biomechanics of Injury, and the Relationship Between Injury Potential and Automotive Seat Design.
It's a catchy title. Rolls off the tongue.
Sure. Dr. Welcher asked me if he could refer to his resume, and I said yes. So if you read, just let us.
And it's my resume, not my report.
Just your resume.
Did I say report?
No, you did. He said report.
Yeah, no, it's his resume.
You share with us that your company continued to grow until you ultimately sold it in 2022. During that time, did you continue to pursue higher education after you obtained your master's degree?
I did. So again, ever since 1993, I've been slowly pursuing higher education, both obtaining my master's degree as well as my PhD. During that time frame, I also published 20 peer-reviewed scientific publications. I taught for 5 years at Texas A&M and served as a peer reviewer for both the Society of Automotive Engineers and for a short period on the Archives of Physical Medicine.
Did you ever claim you had the degree before you got it?
Working and running a company with my co-creator, as well as teaching, conducting research, publishing, also while going to school part-time.
Take us to 2011. Were you still pursuing education at the University of Southern California?
I was.
And what occurred? What did you achieve in 2011?
So in August of 2011, I finally obtained my PhD in biomedical engineering. I wrote my dissertation, reading from my resume, titled Development, Validation, and Testing of a New Sensor Array for Intra-Articular Pressure Measurement, In Vitro Human Lumbar Spine Intra-Articular Facet Testing, which is a lot of big words of the spine.
There are 20 words in that title.
Biomechanical engineering?
It's actually in biomedical engineering. Biomechanics is within the field of biomedical engineering.
So you have a PhD in biomedical engineering?
Correct.
You mentioned that you've published many articles. Have there been articles that you've published that are relevant to some of the subjects that you're going to talk about during your testimony?
I mean, I have a number of, again, peer-reviewed scientific publications. Peer review just means you submit it to a journal and they have other people review it, give you comments, your peers in the field. I do believe there are a number of them that could certainly be relevant to both the physics and, for example, pedestrian injuries.
If I could mention a few. You wrote an article on side swipe collision dynamics. What's side swipe collision dynamics?
So I was actually an invited speaker at the World Congress, or sorry, not the World Congress, the World Reconstruction Expedition. They asked me to give a presentation on the theory, science, and mathematics behind side swipe or side impact collisions. That would include side collisions, glancing collisions, shallow angle impacts, such as like a corner of a bumper goes into the side of a car, any kind of glancing or clipping type impact.
Similarly, in many of the articles that you wrote, is one of them about methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles?
It is.
Tell us a little bit what that.
So that was a Society of Automotive Engineers paper. Again, another peer-reviewed paper that we worked on. It was kind of an extension or continuation of all that research, where we just looked at the physics and the mathematics, basically the reconstruction of glancing or side swipe type impacts.
Similarly, methods for quantifying the impact severity of low speed side impacts at varying angles. Is that similar to the other papers, or was that different?
Yeah, I thought that was the same one.
This guy is like, and then I got the Nobel Peace Prize. Oh, excuse me. I was awarded
another
Nobel Medal Prize.
Publication that you wrote, Occupant Kinematics and Loading in Low Speed Lateral Impacts. What does that mean?
So in the course of my career, I've done probably 12 to maybe 1,300 actual crash tests. I've crashed everything from skateboards, mopeds, up to trains, motorhomes, and ambulances.
You built cannons?
Conducted relative to this case, probably or been involved with 50 to maybe 70 pedestrian impact tests. So the low speed side impact one is we actually put human volunteers in side impact collisions. And what we did is we had accelerometers, which are things that measure acceleration. If you had physics or memory, Newton told us force equals mass times acceleration. So knowing the acceleration of something, you can get an idea of how much force is applied to it. So we have various sensors on the body. We have various sensors on the car for the reconstruction aspects of it. So that study was the biomechanics portion. And the first paper you read about the reconstruction was the reconstruction portion. So the first paper you discussed was everything outside the car. Then we looked at how the forces applied to those impacts to people inside the car.
Have you had a lot of publications and studies about the force applied to people outside of a car?
I don't know if I'd say a lot, but I was an invited lecturer to the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference, where I specifically gave a paper and a series, or basically a lecture on what's called pedestrian impact biomechanics, which was exactly as the name implies, what happens to pedestrians when they're impacted predominantly by cars and vehicles.
How much of your work involves pedestrian impacts?
Probably maybe 10%, 5 to 10%. Most of it's car to cars.
Biomechanics of low-speed impacts. Is that another paper that you wrote?
That is a paper I wrote.
I don't want to read all of your papers and all of your publications, but on a different topic, did you write a paper on the study of the measurement of Generation 2 Toyota event data recorders and low-speed side impacts?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about what measurement of event data means in this?
So Toyotas, newer Toyotas particularly, have two types of electronic equipment on board that can record crashes. There is what's referred to as an event data recorder, or EDR. It's somewhat commonly referred to as a black box. That's not exactly right, but it's close. And then there's a secondary system, which is really more closely tied to maintenance. That's called TechStream, but it will pick up data that you can frequently relate back to various events. So that particular paper was looking at the event data recorder data in Toyotas.
We'll get more into that subject later, but is it event data recorders a subject that you're well schooled at?
Yes.
In addition to the papers that you've written, have you continued through the years and after becoming a PhD, your research in this area, in these areas?
Correct. For example, every year we're part of a conference called SATI, which is our company, largely led by an engineer, Christopher Furbish, that we work with, has spearheaded us going out and conducting crash tests for that conference for 10 years. We did a lot of the instrumentation and crash testing at the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference. And then for a number of years, the company actually went down and did crash testing for what's referred to as the Spine Research Institute down in San Diego. So we've been hired by various professional organizations. We came out here once, the Massachusetts Association of Action Reconstructionists, I think I'm messing the name up, had a conference. We came out here and conducted crash tests for training other experts out here. We did all the instrumentation, the biomechanics of that crash testing.
In your research and testing, you have pages with dates of the different researches and testing you've done. There's over a dozen of the research and testing items and articles that deal with pedestrians. Is that a common topic in your research and testing?
Yes. So again, frequently at the conference, we're doing pedestrian tests. The last Action Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute conference, there was a series of pedestrian crash tests run there. SATI 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, some pedestrian crash tests that were done there as well. So there are a number of instances on my resume where I have both attended class, and then I mentioned the one time where I gave an hour and a half long lecture on pedestrian injuries.
After you became a PhD or a doctor, did you continue your education and research?
Correct. I've always continued my education and research up until, I just got back from the event data or Action Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute EDR conference, or the Event Data Recorder Summit. My company, through my relationship with the founder of that summit, was a sponsor. So Aperture was actually a sponsor of that conference. We actually sponsored it the previous year as well. And also as part of that, I assisted one of the researchers in conducting, it's called front camera module testing for pedestrian impacts on Chrysler vehicles. Excuse me, General Motors vehicles.
As a biomedical engineer, are there any groups, organizations, or certifications that are important?
I think ACTAR is important. So ACTAR is an acronym. It's ACTAR, and that's short for the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists. And so it's a bunch of professional groups, originally from some concerns, I believe, from the Department of Transportation, got together and set standards for reconstructionists. Again, these are kind of minimum standards. You have to show, you send in your resume, you talk to them about your research, and then if you're deemed qualified, you sit for an examination that tests your skills, day-long test, theory, a practical portion, and then every 5 years you have to have 60 continuing education units to become reaccredited. I've been an accredited accident reconstructionist since February of 1995, and my accreditation is current and active up through today.
So you've been accredited for 30 years?
Yeah, correct.
I don't want to trick you on the math.
No, I never thought about it, but yeah, I guess it has been 30 years.
Have you testified in court before?
I have.
Have you testified in state courts?
I have.
Have you testified in federal court?
I have. Matter of fact, in Boston.
Have you ever testified in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified being called by the plaintiff?
I have.
Have you ever testified being called by a defendant in a civil case?
Yes.
Have you testified in criminal cases?
I have.
Have you ever been called by the state or the government?
Yes.
Have you ever been called by a defendant?
Correct. Public Defender's Office.
In any of the cases, whether it's civil, criminal, plaintiff, defendant, government defendant, does that in any way change your analysis about data, regardless of who or where you testify?
No. I take my job as to be a critical analysis of the data. So I wanted to look at the data as objectively as possible and form conclusions based upon the data, trying to remove wherever possible speculation, try to remove wherever possible reference to testimony. Now, sometimes testimony is the only thing we have, and so we need to rely on it for bits and pieces. But generally, my job is to try and look at data and see what the data shows. I have no dog in this fight. I don't, quite frankly, care. What I'm doing is trying to do a good engineering job, which is looking at the data and drawing sound principles and sound conclusions from the data.
Presently, you said you had a company and you sold it. Where do you work?
It's a company called Aperture. I guess we were acquired or merged into it technically.
How many offices do you know if Aperture has?
Oh God, I should know that. I mean, we have them in Massachusetts. We have them in, I think there's 3 or 4 in Texas. There's, I think, 4 or 5 in California. So I want to say there's at least, I don't know, 13 to 15.
Do you work at a particular location?
I do.
Where do you work?
Long Beach, California.
Do you work with other people? Do you have a team?
I do.
How many people are on your team?
5.
And what's the team comprised of? Is everybody a PhD? And
I have 3 other engineers and 1 case reader. I guess it's 6 people. I have a case manager as well.
is there any, do you work interchangeably at the different branches around the country, or do you have your own team in California that you work with?
99% of the time, it's my own team. Occasionally, we'll get a case from another office. I've worked on a couple cases out of the Texas office, and maybe a couple out of the Nevada office.
Were you asked to look at any data or information relative to this case?
Yes.
All right, now we're getting to the
In
good stuff.
Looking at data and information, do you try to look at a narrow or broad range of information?
So I definitely cast a very broad range. We try and get as much information as possible. And then, weed it down to what is important, weed it down to what is consistent with the data. So start off very big and then get down to sort of the meat and potatoes of it, the important information.
Do you necessarily rely on everything you look at?
No, I certainly consider everything I look at, but I frequently don't rely on everything because sometimes it's not reliable or it's irrelevant.
In this case, can you share with us materials generally that you looked at in your review?
Sure. Your Honor, may I read from my report?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Reporter, I apologize. It's a lengthy list. Slow? So I have police reports, including the Canton PD incident report, and I have 8 other reports, also the 34 Fairview Road Rams final report or cars report. I have the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's residence. I believe that's One Meadows. I have the cruiser cameras, which are the police vehicles, onboard cameras, both front and rear cameras from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I believe 10 different videos. I have photos and videos of the scene from Sergeant. I have photos of the vehicles, 140 photographs of the vehicles lined up together. I have 25 additional photographs of the scene, 18 separate photographs of the scene, 2 photographs of the scene, one group of 92 of the scene, one group of 50 of the scene, another video showing the cars lined up bumper to bumper, 4 videos of the scene. I have a video showing Miss Reed's vehicle being pulled into the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department. I have a 360 diagram, surveillance video files from McCarthy's, surveillance video files from Waterfall Bar, Canton Police Report, Sally Port videos from Dighton. I have the Lexus Connect Verizon records. I have the alarm.com videos. I have a video of the tow truck arriving at the Canton Police Department. One titled Native Location John O'Keefe's Phone. Past witness statements. The report of examination from the coroner. Jennifer McCabe Cellbrite data. Something called Lexus Infotainment. Different past summary testimony of numerous witnesses. I have earlier summary testimony of numerous witnesses. The Boston Magazine interview with Miss Reed, a Dateline interview with Miss Reed, a 2020 interview with Miss Reed, lab reports from BODE, the Crime Scene Response Unit Boston, Crime Scene Service Section Maynard, Crime Scene Service Section Southeast, the Criminalist File Folder, Trace File Folder, UC Davis Veterinary Report. I have Verizon records, GPS location records, John O'Keefe GPS points, Axiom cache location, weather reports, medical records, including the Canton Fire Department run report for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed, medical records for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed from Good Samaritan. I have 2 retrograde extrapolation reports, one, and a serum plasma conversion report relative to Miss Reed. I have the neuropathology report. I have the Orange County Medical Examiner's report, the diagrams, the postmortem toxicology report, and a second same autopsy report.
Wow, they gave him everything.
In addition to the information that you reviewed, did you on your own go out and obtain information that you thought might be helpful for your review?
I did. So first what happened is I asked for all the information on the case. So I received some information, and then what we do is we start doing our homework. So we start doing the groundwork. So once I received some of the information, what I did was, modern cars have what's called a VIN number or vehicle identification number. It's a unique 17-digit number. So what we'll do is we'll decode that VIN number, and that gives us information about the vehicles. So I did that for Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's 2019 Chevy Traverse. So ran the VIN numbers, use the VIN numbers. It tells us year, make, model, safety equipment, things like that. I then got dimensional data from a program called Expert Autostats. And then I have complete parts diagrams for the vehicles. So I have literally bumper to bumper parts diagrams from something called the Mitchell Collision Estimating Guide. And what that is shows parts, involved in the vehicle. So for example, in Miss Reed's vehicle, I have bumper to bumper. I certainly have all the parts around the rear bumper and tail light of her vehicle.
But not of a real car.
And then of course I started additional work on top of that.
Didn't ARCA get the real car?
Study, sir, did you have an opportunity to personally look at items that were involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did that include?
That included looking at Miss Reed's vehicle, looking at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, going to the scene of the incident. I ultimately purchased a 2021 LX 570, the exact year, make, and model of Miss Reed's vehicle, and conducted testing with that vehicle.
Goodbye.
As well as doing a whole bunch of research and compiling data for my report and slides.
You mentioned slides. When you went through your investigation analysis and ultimately led to whatever conclusions you have, did you provide and create a PowerPoint presentation that could assist you?
I did. I provided a PowerPoint presentation on January 30th.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you a binder. Would you kindly take a look at it?
We're just getting into his findings. All the rest is sort of education, a lot of experience. He's written papers, he's given seminars, he's given speeches. I think the only thing he hasn't done is written a book. I don't think you mentioned you wrote a book.
There to be a copy of the PowerPoint presentation that you prepared for us today?
It appeared, right? 141 pages. Didn't look at every page, but it looks right.
All right, I asked to mark this for identification.
Okay.
M for identification.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Dr. Welcher use his PowerPoint presentation to walk us through some of the information he'd like to share today.
Okay. No objection, Mr. West, right?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm looking at a paper version in front of me.
Okay. Is the paper version the same as what we're going to see up here?
It is.
Okay, then that's fine.
Thank you. And Dr. Welcher is going to manage the PowerPoint presentation. Sir, you mentioned that you wanted to look at the area and look at the scene. Your office is in California?
It is.
Why was it important to come all the way out to this area to see the scene firsthand?
Hold on a second.
I'll let you set up before I start.
He's like, hold please. Hold please, I'm working with the projector right now. Technical difficulties.
How we went through this, had it working perfectly.
It's like the jury.
There we go.
There we go. We're good. Jury almost got another break.
So that's me. No, that's my first slide. No.
I
Again,
have a couple questions for you, Dr. Welcher.
please.
The first is your office is in California.
Oh, yes, sir.
Why was it important to come all the way out here and view the scene firsthand?
And you want to have as much information as possible. So I wanted to, physically look at all the things so I can actually see with my own hands, my own eyes, lay hands upon it, look at it as best I can. You try and inspect and look at as many things as you possibly can. Sometimes they don't exist anymore. Sometimes they're gone. And you have to make a best approximation if you can't do that. In this case, I was able to look at the scene in both vehicles.
Was that an important part of your study, Doctor?
I think so. Again, it's always good if you're going to talk about what happened to the cars or what happened to the people to look at what happened to the cars, meaning to actually look at the cars, not just look at photographs when possible. So I have physically looked at the cars. For example, in the Lexus, I climbed in it, over it, underneath it. I downloaded data from it. I did a whole bunch of things looking at Miss Reed's Lexus to assist in my analysis to try and add some further objective data to what we're doing here. So same thing with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Looked at the rear bumper, took some pieces off the rear bumper to see what was behind the cover, to see what kind of damage we did or didn't have. So went to the scene, looked at the measurements of the curb, looked at where some of the lines are on the road because you can see them in some of the photographs. Again, it's always good when possible to inspect everything you can inspect.
If you could now begin and tell us how you started your investigation.
Sure. So on September 23rd, I had an opportunity to come out. Mr. Brandon, was the first time I ever met you on that day, I believe. And I had received material before that. And what you see here is, this is my inspection of Miss Reed's vehicle. In the upper left photograph, you'll see, oh, this doesn't work very well.
It's the photo collage.
Upper left photograph.
His field trip to Massachusetts.
That's Miss Reed's
Is
vehicle.
that mic a little bit better?
That's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, the Chevy Traverse. And then what you see here is a laser scanner. You can see it on the ground here. Laser scanner is creating a 3D model of the vehicles. So I use that to create a 3D model of the vehicles. You can see me in the upper right photograph. That watch is this watch right here, my Garmin watch. And what I'm doing is looking at the construction composition of that right rear corner of the bumper. I'm looking at things such as the dimensions, where various lights and components are, and how does the geometry of that bumper relate to things that would be hit when backed into.
Dr. Welcher notes this is 9/23/94. Is that an accurate date of when you came and first started looking at the vehicles in the area?
You said 24, correct?
I did.
You said 9/23/24, correct. And then on the slide, what I tried to do is underline what I'm doing. So this is inspection of the Reed Lexus. And as noted, I'm only showing you a couple. I actually took 445 photographs.
Do you remember when you began this case, the month or the date?
No, it was obviously before this. I had material before I came out to look at the vehicles.
You think it was months before this?
I don't think it was months. No, it was maybe a month, if not less.
So you began your work in the fall of 2024?
Correct.
And I just want to ask you about the picture in the middle. You see the right taillight housing is missing. Did you
Correct.
understand that had been removed prior to you looking at the car?
It was, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. However, some of the evidence stickers, these white stickers here, were still on the vehicle.
You did not place those. Did you place those stickers on yourself?
I did not.
Were they there when you first saw the
Yes,
car?
I stuck one
Correct.
on
They
my
matched what
forehead.
I'd seen in other photos.
Thank you.
So just continuing on. So what you see is, again, I mentioned looking underneath the bumper. So we wanted to see what, if anything, was damaged on the corner. So I'm putting my hand to show where the frame rail ends. This is me looking up underneath to the back side of this taillight. If you can see, this red taillight actually sticks out. And so I'm checking the front here for damage. I'm checking the back for damage.
1 second, please. Okay, Doctor, when you were looking for damage on the previous slide, did you find any damage to that lower right red taillight?
No, there was no damage to the taillight.
The middle picture is from the inside, looking at the inside of that taillight. Was there any damage to the inside of that taillight?
There was not.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're up to 182 on the siren counter. I can't show it right now,
So
but I am
again,
keeping
look at
tally.
the height of it. I mentioned this lower taillight. Notice how the structure of the bumper protrudes out. You can see one of the marks, which is consistent with the contact to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Here, this scratch mark, scuff mark. Notice how close it is to this light. Again, some of the evidence, stickers. Just a better view of those, then going down the side of the vehicle. So with all that information, I mentioned a laser scan. So you move this laser scanner, and each minute and 51 second scan is collecting about 50 million data points. And so you scan all the way around, and then what you do is you merge all that data together. So even though this looks like a poor photograph, what you're seeing is hundreds of millions of photographs, hundreds of millions of points. And so you literally can figure out, if you wanted to know the distance from this lug nut to where the lighter is on the ashtray, you could probably do that to an accuracy of about 2 to 3 millimeters. So really, taking tons and tons of data. So it knows the exact position of every one of these millions of data points, and it knows the color associated with those data points.
Why is that data imaging so important in accident reconstruction?
You want to have an accurate model of the car. So, you probably don't need literally that many points to get an accurate model, but that's just the nature of the way the science is going. Computers are getting better and faster. Scanners are getting faster. So you get an enormous amount of data when you use these scanners nowadays. So then, as indicated on the underline here, I did a CDR. That's a little different than what you heard me say before. CDR is crash data retrieval. So that's the hardware and software that you use to download or actually copy or take an image of, which means you're just taking an image off what's on the vehicle, the EDR, which is the event data recorder. So you use the crash data retrieval hardware to download the event data recorder, otherwise commonly known as a black box. So I downloaded the black box from this vehicle, and although you can hardly read it here, again, I mentioned there are two systems on this vehicle. This is the CDR system or EDR system. There's also the tech stream. The EDR system, this system is primarily to manage the safety components, protect the occupants of the Lexus. So things like fire the airbag, fire what's called a pretensioner, keep track of the severity of the crash to decide whether we need to fire the airbag. So it's not really designed for pedestrian impacts. So when we downloaded this vehicle, we got what's called a none file. A none file simply means that there's no data there. The system's working properly. We had no fault codes. But for a car hitting a pedestrian to cause a file here, this is really more designed for car-to-car impacts, something that's going to have a significant impact on the occupant of the Lexus. And again, the Lexus is a 6,000-pound vehicle. Mr. O'Keefe's only 216 pounds. So it's not going to register from hitting a pedestrian.
Were you surprised that there was no information about a collision in the EDR?
No, exactly what I expected. Okay, I mentioned the second system. So as underlined up here, this is the tech stream. So this is from Toyota tech stream data. You can see the screens here. There's generally two types of files, what's called a vehicle control history and a PCS file. The PCS file is the God, I forgot the name of it. The protection system. So
Not doing well with names.
I also looked at Mr. O'Keefe's
PowerPoint's
vehicle.
terrible as well.
Sorry, PCS is pre-collision system. Looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Same thing. Took a series of photographs, laser scanned it, looked in it, underneath it, behind it. I mentioned taking some of the bumper parts off. So I took this rear cover off here to look at the damage behind the bumper cover. Most cars have what's referred to as a face bar. That's that piece of metal that you see here. And there's a piece of energy absorber here. That's your face bar. So I'm looking to see if there's any damage to that. There was no damage to that.
Before you go forward, I want you to take a couple steps back because I want to ask you some questions to explain text stream data. Could you go back a couple slides, please?
Sure.
Okay. You mentioned that in the EDR, which is similar to a black box, there was no information found. And then you mentioned a different system, the text stream. Can you make it clear for us how these systems are different and where they're stored on a motor vehicle?
Sure. I mean, a lot of data is stored in a similar location. The text stream system was originally designed, according to Toyota, for maintenance issues. It seemed to come about around the same time Toyota was having problems with sudden accelerations or allegations of sudden accelerations. So the text stream data or vehicle control history will give you information when there's, for example, excessive acceleration or rapid shifting of the vehicles or rapid steering of the steering wheel. So the statements are that that's designed to help the maintenance people, if you come in with a problem with your vehicle, to diagnose what that problem is. It has a lot of utility in accident reconstruction because if you jam on the brakes before a crash, frequently the text stream data will record the crash.
You mentioned Toyota a number of times. Could you share with us the relationship between Toyota and Lexus?
Yeah. Sorry, in my mind, they're the same thing. Toyota and Lexus, obviously a little different, but Lexus is basically made by Toyota. So Toyota and Lexus has the Lexus safety system. Toyota has the Toyota safety systems, which you both read with the text stream data.
The text stream data, in this case, does it play an important role in your analysis?
I think so, yes.
The text stream data, did you independently download that data yourself?
So I independently downloaded it, and then I also ran a test with Miss Reed's vehicle, and I created a new text stream file so that I had a stamp in the ignition cycles of what the current ignition cycle was. So I did a sudden acceleration test of the vehicle.
On the Lexus or on the exemplar vehicle?
On her Lexus.
When you did the downloading, why did you do it yourself?
Again, you, whenever possible, want to be the one that does it, make sure it's done correctly, and be able to say, hey, how do I know that's from that vehicle? Well, I know because I was the one who did it. And so if I get it from someone else, then they frequently have to bring that person into court to say the other ones that did it, so then I can use it. So if I do it myself, it eliminates that problem, and then I have no concerns over where it's coming from. So then I know hey, I did it. This is the right car. This is the right program.
You left us at slide 10 when you were inspecting Mr. O'Keefe's car?
Correct. So again, simply a blue arrow indicating that I looked down behind all this stuff, took measurements of it, and then similarly, I have a 3D point cloud of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So part of the reason we're making these 3D point clouds, and we'll touch on this further, in addition to the scene, you can then basically put all these things back together in the computer. So instead of having to drive the cars to the scene, for example, or to Mr. O'Keefe's residence, you can take these computer models and additional data and put it back in a computer and reconstruct everything on the computer. So before we had the exact angle of impact, Again, this is for looking at when Miss Reed contacted Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, backing out of Mr. O'Keefe's garage at One Meadows. I lined them up just to generally show the approximate location. A couple things, you notice how, again, this lower portion of the Lexus bumper sticks out. Notice how the side of the Chevrolet slopes in as you get higher up. So this portion sticks out more than this portion. And this is where you would expect any contact damage to occur, assuming there was an impact. So again, looking at the measurements up the height of the vehicle, of course, as you indicated, Mr. Brennan, the taillight's gone. And then went to the scene. So same thing, went to the scene, took, again, 297 photographs of the scene, had our people scan it to create a computer model of the scene. So, literally, if you wanted to know the distance from this window to, say, some manhole cover on the road, we have the data to figure that out, down to a couple millimeters.
In addition to going to the scene and doing the digital mapping, you mentioned other review of materials. Did you have an opportunity to review dash cam footage from Canton Police Department police vehicles to see the general location of where Mr. O'Keefe was when first responders were assisting him?
Objection, Your Honor.
So that's just a yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the text stream download. So this is a screenshot from the text stream download. Keep in mind, this is kind of maintenance software. So
Questions he answering right now?
we're looking at a number of things in the maintenance software. What we see is, and this is noted in the report too, that when the vehicle gets into the Canton Police Department after this event, you can see the mileage is 12,665 miles. So that shows up in Trooper Paul's report. It shows up in the photographs, and it shows up as matching the mileage in the text stream data, both at triggers 1164 and triggers 1167.
I'd ask you if you can enlarge the data on the right and break down what it actually means, the different columns and the. Is it possible for you to enlarge that?
You may not have an embiggen button on this.
My fingers are too fat.
There's a sound bite.
Okay. So what you're looking at is what I called event 1162. If you see anything in blue on these charts, that's information that I added. I typically put my initial, JBW, Judson Blair Welcher, that's me. And so this is referred to as the key cycle trip. So key cycle is simply you turn it on, not necessarily turn the ignition on, turn it on, turn it off. That's one key cycle. So I labeled this one 1162-2 because there's also one that's on the same key cycle that I'm calling 1162-1. The system also records the mileage. So again, this is a maintenance system generally. So what you see is the T here is the trigger, and there's a point. So this time in the text stream data, you could think of it as like a stopwatch. It's when it starts when the car turns on and stops when the car turns off. And then if it sees a triggering event, a T, it records that information. So this is when the trigger happened. So that's 1,142.2 seconds. And so I've converted that to minutes and seconds because most people don't think in seconds. And so What it also does is once it sees a trigger, it's constantly circulating data through the computer. So when it says, okay, we have a trigger, it saves 5 seconds before the trigger and then 5 seconds after the trigger. So the trigger's in the middle, and you have 5 seconds of data before and 5 seconds of data after.
I have a couple questions for you,
Please.
Dr. Welcher.
Parked under a tree.
First, starting with the clock, the time in seconds on the left, you mentioned
stopwatch kind of clock.
Has it ever been referred to as a running clock?
The same thing. You start the stopwatch as running.
Based on the text stream data alone found in that one spot, can you tell from the data in the text stream alone what time the power was turned on?
No, not alone. It simply tells you how long it's been on. It doesn't necessarily immediately tie it back to a clock time. You need additional information.
And so this in and of itself, the text stream data doesn't give you a certain time on a clock, like 1 o'clock or 2:30, anything like that.
No, it simply tells you in this case, when the trigger occurred, it's been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds.
You also mentioned that there's a 10-second window of information this captures, 5 seconds before the T and 5 seconds after the T, the triggering event?
Correct.
Sustained, asking.
That window of 10 seconds, what happens if that doesn't capture the entire event? What if there's something before or after? What does the text stream data do?
So it depends on what the something is. So if there's another trigger, then it will record more data. So you can have 2 triggers that are recording things on the same time window as well, or very close to the same time window. So you need another trigger to keep it going. But in essence, what it does is when it sees a trigger, it saves that 10-second window and then just keeps monitoring things until it sees another trigger.
If the data captures a trigger and it has a 10-second window, no trigger. Do you get any other information from the text stream data?
No. For example, the trigger just ends and it says it's going, I don't know, 17 miles an hour, for example. It doesn't continue on. We just know that when the trigger ended, it was going 17 miles an hour.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, so we have mileage recorded in this system. So what we're trying to do is use the available data to see if we can determine, like what event this is, or is this the event, or is this something that could have occurred outside 34th Fairview on the evening of this event. And so one of the things we're utilizing is the mileage. Okay, so 12629 is at the end of event number 2 on the 1162 ignition cycle. When the vehicle ultimately comes into the impound yard, and this is actually before that, comes into the impound yard, it has 12,665 miles. That's a difference, did the math for you here, of 36 miles. Okay, let's consider where that could have come from. So we looked at the various paths and descriptions of where Miss Reed's Lexus was driven after leaving 34 Fairview on the night of this event, up until the point in time the vehicle ended up at the Canton Police Department. So we used Google Maps. We adjusted for the correct date and time of the year. And then what you'll also see is we adjusted for the correct time of day. So, although you can't really see that, me see if I can blow it up.
Sorry, guys. There's
So you can see
lawn care
that's
stuff going
looking
on
at
here,
the
so we can't talk.
mileage and time. Again, really didn't use the time, just used the mileage on Saturday, January 29th at around 12 a.m. That, of course, does not take into account the weather.
And what are the addresses? It's hard to see on the top from where to where.
So this is from 34 Fairview to One Meadows Avenue, which is Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And there are other mileage that you have there?
Correct. So we basically ran through the entire path as we understood it. Again, we didn't have complete information. We didn't know the exact roads. We didn't know if turned around, stuff like that. So you're seeing the suggested available paths, and we end up with a range of data. So we go through all the paths, and you can see that this is what we end up at the bottom here, which is very hard to see.
This is very hard to see.
The minimum suggested route is 36 miles, 36.1 technically.
Every PowerPoint's like that.
You have a range of 37.9 to 39.7. But again, that's right in the range of the 36 miles. So that's a data point that's starting to build our confidence in what is in the text stream data being related to our event.
This is all an effort to match whether or not the 1162 data is relevant to a particular event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Let me ask it this way. Matching all the distances by miles, is this the only way you're trying to determine whether 1162 is the event in front of 34 Fairview Road?
No. So again, these things are all tools. You can't take necessarily one data point in a vacuum. You need to consider the totality of the data. Which is what I did. So we mentioned the continuous clock that was in there, or the running clock that was in the vehicle. So what you see over here.
Could you enlarge that for us, Doctor? I hate to
I am
interrupt, but-
doing that right now. You can see we have the time. And again, I've converted in blue to minutes and seconds. This is the first trigger on that key cycle. So on key cycle okay. So at trigger event 1162-1, we know that the ignition has been on for between 10 minutes and 57.4 seconds. Or that's when the trigger is, sorry, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds. Again, the trigger has plus or minus. So that's from 10 minutes, 52.8 plus 10 seconds, which gets you to 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds. Or as I wrote here, 10 seconds total. So again, the text stream data indicates at the time this event was written, the trigger occurred, again, at 10 minutes. You see we have the T, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds.
Dr. Welch, if I could ask you a couple of background questions. This block of time that you're reviewing that mentions two triggers, can you tell whether those triggers are immediately related or two separate events?
So you can tell they're separate events because there's a separate amount of time between them. There's about 8 minutes between the events. And so they're on the same ignition cycle, meaning the vehicle hasn't been turned off in between. And we have this continuously running clock that records when these things occurred. So cycle. So okay. So lots going on here, right? A lot to digest. This is trigger event 1162.1. I was provided with data and a report from Mr. Burgess that indicated the infotainment system was turned on at 12:36. Zoom in for you folks. That corresponded to a GPS location that looked like it was outside the Waterfall Grill on Washington Street. So additional cell phone data that we had is that we knew there was a 3-point turn made when the Lexus passed Fairview on Cedar Crest, pulled into a driveway and made a 3-point turn. So what you see over here is GPS data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And with that information and knowing when the system turned on, we're able to now tie the text stream data to a real clock, meaning what time of day did that text stream trigger occur. So we're going from the running clock to a real world clock. So if you take when it was turned on for Mr. Burgess's report, you can see that the Lexus was turned on at 12:36. You add in the text stream information, you get it at 12:23:38. And now we have a cell phone data point at 1:54. So at the time my report was written and these slides back in January, that was all the information we had in terms of data point 154. That was the one that was closest in time to it. So we had since received additional information.
Dr. Welch, let me ask you a couple questions, and if you can zoom in a little, we might be able to see it a little better from here.
Where would you like it?
If we can start at the top when you explain in text. You told us that the text stream data does not have an actual clock, it has a running clock, like a stopwatch.
Correct.
And then you mentioned that after you received information from Mr. Burgess, you could put an actual time onto it. How do you do that?
Sustain.
Clock.
Correct.
And then you received further information so that you could actually identify a time. Where did you receive that information from?
I'm going to allow that.
That was from Mr. Burgess's report.
And do you know where that information came from?
That came off the SD card, I believe, in the infotainment system.
Do you know when Mr. Burgess found the SD card on the infotainment system?
No, I'd have to go back to his report, but it was in it. This information was in his original report.
Based on the SD card information about when the car was turned on and off, how do you match that with the text stream data to get a time?
So when the car is turned on, that's approximately when the running clock starts in it. There may be as much as a 3-second delay in it, but that's approximately when the clock turns on. So this shows us when the stopwatch was started for the text stream data. So knowing that infotainment system has date and timestamps on it, so that ties it to a real world clock from GPS information. And so now we can, when that infotainment system turned on, it's very close in time to when the text stream data started recording data. That allows us to tie the two together.
The times that you're showing on this slide, does that relate to the first or second event on the text stream data, the first or second triggering event?
The first event.
Do you characterize the first event in any way?
I call it the 3-point turn.
In addition to the data you analyzed, was there any other information you saw that evidenced or supported that a 3-point turn occurred at the area depicted in your slide?
Right. We have a whole series of GPS data with heading angles, as well as a description that Ms. Reed gave in an interview.
The time that you have after you consider the SD card ignition on and the running time, what clock is that based on?
It's my understanding that's a clock in the infotainment system. And then we are ultimately trying to also tie it back to the clock on his cell phone.
Mr.
Mr.
O'Keefe's
O'Keefe's cell phone, correct.
Do you have any understanding whether all devices have the exact same clock?
So it's my understanding they do not. In my discussions with Mr. Burgess, reading reports, that they can have, there can be as much as 30 seconds to a minute of variation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Have you ever heard the,
Strike, Your Honor, that answer.
Sure. Jurors disregard that answer.
have you ever heard the term variance before?
I have.
What do you understand that to be?
That means differences from the answer,
I'm sorry, differences from what?
from typically the correct answer. Like meaning that a given data point has variance in terms of how it's measured, when it's measured. So different measurement device can have a different variance around the actual true number.
You mentioned on the slide a time of 12:23:38.
Correct.
In O'Keefe's cell phone data, at point 154, approximately 12:23:58.
Correct.
Is there a difference between the clock on the Lexus TechStream data and that of Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
There is.
When you developed the slide, did you have the benefit of more detailed information about data point 154?
I did not receive that until May 8th.
Did you later learn more information, more specific information?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to show an exhibit to Mr. Welcher that's already been admitted.
Okay.
It's 192A. Ms. Gilman, can we start with 192B? Dr. Welcher?
Your Honor, can we approach on-
Yes, we'll call.
Thank you.
Mr. Brennan led him right into Mr. Burgess's information. And Mr. Alessi, not a big fan of that. Even got the judge to strike his answer at one point. Sidebar number 4 for the day ensues. We did skip the last Buc-ee's because this ghost pepper jerky that I have here is probably going to last me for about a year. I've had about 3 pieces so far. It's about ready to do me in. It's hot. I like it, but I need to measure myself when I partake. As far as travel now, traffic's got no sound muted. So anyway, that is the secret to life. Just wanted to share that out with y'all. Just kidding. I don't know. How long was I muted? I'm sorry. Mrs. R.A. didn't say anything. We're driving back to North Carolina. We have we're not going through Asheville, which is Western North Carolina. We're going up through Virginia. So got a ways to go. It says we're at mile marker 48 on Interstate 81. For those of you that are following along in your color at home map. And I can tell you that, yes, there are trees up here as well. But the roads have widened up a bit. Starlink does much better in these areas. Ghost pepper on the fingers. It's toasty. Try not to rub my eyes. This is sidebar number 4. $81 full of trucks. It's not too bad in this part. My kids just elbowed me. You missed a super chat. Hang on one second. Bug, the unadjusted clock dugger, says, hey friends, RA, are we going to Western North Carolina or Virginia? We're going through Virginia. Ron says Bucky's ghost pepper salsa on stock hot dogs. I don't know what that is, but it sounds delicious. Salsa on hot dogs for sure. Ohio Palm Mom, thanks for taking us on your road trip. Thanks for coming with us. Thanks for being so good in the car. We haven't had to pull over once for chat, which is fabulous. Omaha steak. Okay, on an Omaha steak. Salsa. Ooh, that does sound good. Branch in the road back there. It's crazy. I'm curious if this is the 8th wettest spring in history, how this compares greenery-wise to a normal year. Is this just regular? It just looks like this. Everything is green. It's just fully mountains, hills, everything. It's beautiful. Greeners. Maybe you could answer that one. How do you get your kids to be quiet for 8 hours in a car? I'm needing tips. NyQuil, Jamie. No, just kidding. Just kidding, Jamie. No. I jest. They're promised this afternoon they get some electronic time, which they really enjoy, playing on some devices. It'll be fun. And I think they're still tired because we got up so early this morning that they crash out a little bit this morning and sleep in. We are at another sidebar, probably going to lead into the morning break, even though we had a late start. PA will go from lots of rain to sweltering soon. It actually got warmer this last stop. It was nice and warm. I'd say we're about 80 degrees or so outside, where it's been in the 70s.
Anything for cool weather at all, and it was kind of cool.
It was chilly. I mean, mornings would start in the 50s. So well, she's going to lunch, an early lunch, since we're so far ahead of schedule.
So summarize for me. What has he said so far?
What's this witness said so far? This Dr. Welcher, first of all, he's a smart guy. He does have his doctorate. He apparently, at least this one he got asked about. He says he's got his doctorate, he got his master's. He took his time getting them, but he's done a lot of. This is sort of what he started. He started doing the crash test stuff early on. Not necessarily for car accidents. Started with like roller coasters and that. Ended up getting with a buddy from work and forming a company to rival his boss's company, and then sold it. So it's a great idea. I mean, let someone else teach you the ropes and then go and do it better. Build a better mousetrap and make some money doing it. So he followed the American dream in that way and built up a company. I'm not sure if he then sold it, and that is what the what is it? Aperture. I'm not sure if that's what Aperture is or if that's a different company and now he works for Aperture. Wasn't very clear on that, but his data, he's talking about timestamps and key cycles, and this is probably one of the most technical parts of the trial from last time that I remember. The key cycles and when they occur, and it doesn't necessarily mean the car was started and turned back off again, but it probably does. That there are different cycles in this log that correspond to the 3-point turn the car did, and it's very cryptic, right? So you're trying to like piece together the log entries with a timestamp to try to match up with everything the car was logging. And I'm sure there are some things in here they don't know what they are, because Lexus is going to spill the beans to somebody who's literally just hacking into the system and see what's up. But
did I understand properly that he was saying that the Lexus and the Traverse did not line up, therefore it could not have been her backing up into it?
He did show, he took a laser scan of the Lexus and a Chevy Traverse to get the profile of the back of the vehicle, and he matched them up. And if you look, he showed the Lexus from the side view, and from the side view, the Lexus has the most protruding part of the back of the vehicle. The farthest back portion is the bumper. But if you were to rotate that car, I don't know, 30 degrees while standing in the same place to view it, the most protruding part would be the tail light. Tail light that was broken. So he definitely took he looked at it in the point of view most favorable to the prosecution, as opposed to
Dr. Welcher, if you could take us back to slide 30. And so we understand, and you mentioned there are two triggering events. Is this the first one or the second one?
It's the first one.
Is that the one you've labeled the 3-point turn?
Correct.
And where did that happen? What street?
Cedar Crest.
At this 3-point turn triggering event, there is a time in red, 12:23:38.
Correct.
Where is that time taken from?
That's coming from the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe at 0.154.
Okay. And is there another time on there?
I mean, I do the math between those two.
Okay. Could you make that a little larger? Could you zoom in so we can
Sure.
see it better?
So there's an infotainment time of 12:36, I guess another time to answer your question. Then we have
the 12:36. What does that indicate? What's that relevant to?
That's when the text stream data basically turned on, plus or minus a little bit.
When you say the text stream, is that relative to when the car turned on?
Correct.
Okay.
This man failed PowerPoint 101. The font size is terrible. He's got 1,000 words per screen page.
So when the car turned on, then we add the time for the trigger. So what we have is we have data in the text stream that shows the speed, the position, the steering of the vehicle on that trigger. And so we're trying to match the timing and the description of what the vehicle was doing with the text stream, the infotainment, and the cell phone data.
Is the data that you analyze regarding the speed, the direction, and the timing to determine whether this was consistent with a 3-point turn?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. And if you can enlarge that, because it's hard to see back here.
Sure is. Okay, so again, we are looking at event 1162-1. The information in blue is speed. It comes out of the text stream in kilometers an hour, converted to miles per hour, feet per second, looked at the total distance traveled, shift position. So in the tech stream data, a shift position of 1 indicates you're in drive. A shift position of 2 indicates you're in reverse.
There's no zeros. What would a zero indicate?
0 is usually neutral. And I believe 3 is part. So there's also data on the acceleration of the vehicle. So basically, what is the effect of whatever you're doing in terms of stepping on the gas or not stepping on the gas? And then there's also information on the steering of the vehicle. So again, there's trigger 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. So over here, a positive number equals a leftward steer. So you can see we have in the forward velocity or forward motion in drive, goes forward with leftward steer, stops, shifts into reverse, and then continues with a rightward steer back.
Could you take us over to the left of that data? When you look at the number 1162-1 as an event, can a key cycle, or when a car is turned on, power ignition on until the point is turned off, whatever amount of time, can it have more than one triggering event?
Yes, it can have lots of triggering events. In this case, it has 2. On a key cycle 1164, there's 11. On 1167, there's 10.
If you could move a little bit to the right on this, is there something you can see on here that caused the triggering event, some of the data?
Yes. So if you look at the triggering, the indication of what this trigger was, what you see is accelerator opening ratio, which is basically, you can think of it as how much you're stepping on the gas pedal. And so if it exceeds, in this case, 30% quicken time after shipping into reverse, that tells the system, hey, we might need to start recording this data. So what you can see, it went into reverse, and then within a very short amount of time, the accelerated pedal went above that 30%. That's what caused the T or the trigger in the tech stream data.
The row next to the 31.5, engine RPM data, can you explain to us what that is?
Sure, that's how many revolutions per minute the engine's turning.
The more gas, is it generally the higher the RPM?
Correct. There's going to be a little lag. Your car doesn't move instantaneously. You have to step on the gas, then the RPMs go up, and then it starts going faster.
If you could explain to us the total distance and distance travel columns, how do you read that?
Sure. So we know the speed at various times. We know from this data that there is, you can see half a second between each one of these timestamps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 data points at half a second. That's the 5 seconds of pre-crash data. So if you know you're going so many miles per hour, again, I converted it to feet per second. Feet per second, you're going so many feet per second for half a second, for example. You just multiply those two together and it tells you how far you went. So what I'm doing is looking at speed traveling during the interval, that's during this short time period. And then I add it all together here for total distance traveled.
You mentioned that when the data is captured, it's limited to 10 seconds. When we look at the top row of JBW vehicle speed MPH, it's 9.94. Is that 9.94 miles per hour?
It is.
Can we tell whether it was going faster or slower before this data?
We generally cannot. I mean, you might have some, it looks like it's slowing down. And then you see right here, this brake switch application. So you have two things relative to braking. You have the brake switch, which is simply whether the brake is on or off, just enough pressure to make the brake light come on. And then you have brake oil pressure, which gives you some idea of how much pressure is in the system, which is a rough indication for the braking. But then what you see here is the longitudinal acceleration or deceleration. this gives you some idea of how much the vehicle is speeding up or slowing down. So generally a minus sign is a slowing or accelerating in reverse.
And for the bottom of those columns, I'd ask you whether or not the beginning of the window, if you had any other information, is it the same situation for the end of that window that's captured?
Correct. So at the end of this window, you can see it's still going about 8.7 miles an hour when the trigger stopped. So after that trigger plus 5 seconds, the system said we no longer need to monitor it. Things have returned to an okay state. And so then it stops monitoring the system.
Based on your analysis and review and looking at this data, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether or when this event occurred as it is portrayed in the data?
Yes, I did.
And could you share with the jury, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, when did this occur?
So this, you want time-wise or location or both?
Start with location, then time.
So it happened on Cedar Crest. It happened between cell phone data points 154 and 155. And
Hey guys, I'm rebooting my laptop. I'm not sure why it's not liking the camera picture. I can see it and hear it on my end. I just can't see if you can see it. So I'm just rebooting to get StreamYard to work. So hopefully the pretty scenery will keep going while I reboot the laptop. No, the port's on break right now. So we are as well. Give us a minute here. All right. You're right. Got a picture here.
Interesting thing that he said for me, or I don't know, it was all interesting, but the most intriguing aspect was he said it's going to be a negative number if they are either reversing. Oh, we got a feedback.
Degree of engineering certainty, when did this occur? Data?
We generally cannot. I mean, you might have some, it looks like it's slowing down. And then you see right here, this brake switch application. So you have two things relative to braking. You have the brake switch, which is simply whether the brake is on or off, just enough pressure to make the brake light come on. And then you have brake oil pressure, which gives you some idea of how much pressure is in the system, which is a rough indication for the braking. But then what you see here is the longitudinal acceleration or deceleration. This gives you some idea of how much the vehicle is speeding up or slowing down. So generally a minus sign is a slowing or accelerating in reverse.
And for the bottom of those columns, I'd ask you whether or not the beginning of the window, if you had any other information, is it the same situation for the end of that window that's captured?
Correct. So at the end of this window, you can see it's still going about 8.7 miles an hour when the trigger stopped. So after that trigger plus 5 seconds, the system said we no longer need to monitor it. So in the system.
Based on your analysis and review and looking at this data, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether or when this occurred as it is portrayed in the data?
Yes, I did.
And could you share with the jury, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, when did this occur?
So this, you want time-wise or location or both?
Start with location, then time.
So it happened on Cedar. It happened between cell phone data points 154 and 155. And it's a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. And it occurred, according to the text stream data, about 12 minutes, 23 seconds after the vehicle was turned on. So,
and do you have an understanding of the variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes.
And what is that variance time?
21 to 29 seconds.
And so the Lexus clock at 21, 23, 38, what time would that put Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
All right, well, they go on sidebar. I think this leads right into a break. We're trying to catch up just a teensy bit. I think they come back. It goes straight to a break, which means we can catch up. And we're still at break. So we're all caught up.
So his conclusion is she did a 3-point turn, then she turned it back into kidding. Yeah.
Let's see. Lady Laura says, "RA, please save me. I'm so lost with this PowerPoint. Can you explain during a break, please?" The PowerPoint's terrible, first of all. PowerPoint, by its very nature, is a terrible way to convey information unless it's a pie chart. But he's got a lot of technical data, which is numbers, ones and zeros, on a spreadsheet used as a PowerPoint presentation, which is merged with his what I did this summer vacation collage of pictures he's taken of the car. So he's combined it all together to try to sort of snow us with information, and then he has to summarize it for us. But basically, his summary is these triggering events, like when certain things happen, the car has parameters that are set up that says when, for instance, when the gas pedal gets pushed beyond 30%, make a note of that. So we know the direction, we know how you were steering, we know what gear you were in, we know if the indicators were on, all these different features. Make a note of that. And so a triggering event occurs, and they're looking at these triggering events and lining it up with the timeline of John O'Keefe's phone. We know John O'Keefe's phone was on the Waze app, and it recorded them making a 3-point turn before they went to the house to drop him off. And so they're finding the triggering events like backing up, pulling forward, stopping, backing up, pulling forward again, doing that 3-point turn. They're syncing those things up so they can then say later on, and then we see that, if we look this many minutes later, she puts it in reverse, steps on the gas, and this is the time that matches up the time that John's phone stops moving. So they're just putting all those pieces together, but they have to base it on that 3-point turn. That's the only thing they can use to sync everything up. So we hear a lot about the 3-point turn, but that's not what they want us to know about. They want us to know about that time when she put it in reverse, how that matched up with John's phone. We can't get there unless we have a 3-point turn. Car height difference. John's car was on pavement pre-snow, but Karen's car would have been higher on the snow packed under her tire. I don't think there was a ton of snow at that time. It was like maybe an inch, right? It was tiny. It was a tiny amount of snow. I said negligible height-wise, but we've had some people sending pictures of the Chevy Traverse from a whole bunch of different angles, as well as we've looked at the Lexus from some different angles. And if you were to look And I need 2IO Toys to send me a mini Lexus. Let me 2IO Toys. I need a Lexus real quick. If you were to look at the, let's see if I can go full screen here just for a second. Hide this one. If you were to look at the car from the side, okay, the furthest back, this being the bumper and the front of the car is over here, the furthest back part of looking from the side is the bumper. But if you were to turn it, the furthest back piece would be the tail light. Does that make sense? So it protrudes out further than the bumper. I'm almost flipping you off trying to teach this one. So you've got the bumper, the bumper's your middle finger. It's terrible, you know. Just depends on the angle you look at it. But the Commonwealth has shown that if you were to look just profile view from the side of the car, the bumper sticks out further. Rotate the car because they didn't just back up, you know, right up against each other like that. The Lexus was at an angle. Look at the car from that angle, and the taillight sticks out further. So that I think it would have connected first. Okay. Let's see. Tisha Sidebar, 17 wonderful months. Thank you very much. Hi, Rachel B. Member for 6 months. Thank you, Rachel. Says, hi, if BK ended up taking a plea deal, would all the evidence still become public, or would we never know all the details? Thanks and safe travels. I would say the stuff that's been sealed would probably be unsealed, but there may not be. I'm not sure if they would just release all the investigative files. They probably would. They'd probably be able to be checked out, but I don't know how that would happen. Remember, for 20 months, Rocky 743, ready to get into all the semantics. OG Sean White, woohoo, woo woo, we're here. Thank you very much, Sean White. Wicked sorry. Here we go. Ed Sullivan, member for 17 months. Hard to believe it's been this long. Joined during depth to be heard. So much fun. Thank you very much, Ed. Ron Valaquette, look here, don't look there. Yes. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Bug the unadjusted clock dugger says, hey friends, Ari, we're going to West Virginia. We've got that one already. Going up through we're going up through Virginia, not Western North Carolina. We might be in Virginia. Mount Rogers National Recreation Area. I think we're still in Tennessee. Bucky's Ghost Pepper Salsa. We saw that one. That's a Ghost Pepper has already lit me up. I've had like 4 pieces of that jerky so far. Ohio Palmon, thanks for coming on the road trip with us. Also, Katie Rustin says, I'll admit, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but I can't follow this guy's poorly made PowerPoint. I think ARCA will overshadow them with their polished presentation, probably why they worked with NASA. Go figure. I do apologize for the weird little echoey thing we've got going on, but
I think it's for my benefit. Sorry, guys.
it is. Still Mrs. R.A. can hear the court.
I appreciate your patience because it's boring to drive and have just silence.
All right. So we're going to keep going straight for another 60 miles. No echo on my end. That's good. There's a little bit of an echo in here. I can hear the sound. Okay, here's nothing like it. Says, plus, TechStream itself does not have a built-in clock. TechStream is a diagnostic software tool used for servicing Toyota, Scion, and Lexus vehicles. That is an issue. All these different logs, some of them are not meant to track time. Some of them are meant to track the order of occurrences. And I think the TechStream is one like that.
That's interesting. That means that they're grabbing some information and saying, hey, it fits right here, when maybe it didn't.
How far can Mrs. R.A. drive without a break?
2 hours.
2 hours is the max. That's our limit. All right, it is 11:34, so I think we should be done with our delayed morning break.
I think it's 12:34. We are actually on Eastern time.
We're on Eastern?
I think so, because we're really close to Virginia.
We're about to cross from Central to Eastern. Bree Roz, member for 1 month, says, finally light blue again. I'll never let my membership lapse again. I was first here when the cannon and pickle emojis were first added. Bree, it should save your membership. It must be on a different account. If your membership lapses, it just picks up where it left off. You've probably got a different account somewhere. Lady Laura says, if Mr. Welcher had shown the middle finger like RA, I would have understood his point.
I think that was his point, quite frankly. No, to be honest, he doesn't come across as having a dog in the fight or being vindictive or.
He says he doesn't have a dog in the fight, but he sure was sort of shady and evasive under Vordaer.
That is true.
And that was not in the jury's presence. Okay, we can hear court, so looks like we're coming back. Got some audio here. I wish I could see the jury's face when they hear all about the butt dials. That's going to be an epic day. I hope they use it, make a big string diagram with solo cups and string and act it out in the courtroom with the butt dials.
All right, so Mr. Brennan, you can continue. The objection's overruled.
Dr. Welcher, could you take us to slide 30? Could you zoom in a little bit on the right photograph and the text under the right? Okay. You were explaining to us the time relevance of 12:23:38. And could you tell us again, remind us, what is 12:23:38 referring to?
The 12:23:38 is syncing the text stream time to real world time. So we know how long the text stream is on. We know when the vehicle was turned on. So we're adding those two together. So if you add the 12:12:36 to, for example, 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds for when the end of the trigger is, that gives you 12:23:38. So the end of the trigger in real world time, no longer in the running clock, is now 12:23:38.
And where's that from?
The Lexus.
Thank you. The 12:23:58 number, what's the significance of that?
So that is Mr. Keefe's cell phone data at point 154. Again, from the original data we had just at 154 and 155 and not the in-between points. So.
And at the bottom in parentheses, explain to us what that means.
Sure. If you look at where the text stream math works out to be, 12:23:38.8, and compare that to 12:23:58, the difference between those two is 19.2 seconds.
The difference between which clocks?
Between what the text stream infotainment system would show compared to what point 154 on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone is.
And based on new data, do you now have information about what the variance, the difference is between the clock on the Lexus infotainment and the clock on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes.
And what is that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to allow that.
You need to advance the text stream clock 21 to 29 seconds.
You need to advance it 21 to 29 seconds for why? Why do you need to do that?
Because the cell phone is ahead 21 to 29 seconds.
After you advance the text stream ahead 21 to 29 seconds, can you then compare the information, the time that's coming from the infotainment system Lexus to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone from his iPhone?
Correct. That's what you need to have an apples to apples comparison. You need to get them on the same time clock.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You can proceed.
So I think we left off here. So that's 1162-1. So what we have is we have the cell phone data, the original cell phone data on the right-hand side. And then from that text stream data, we have whether it's going forward, we have the speeds, we have the steering angles. So from that information, we ran a simulation to show you what the text stream data means. This is what the 10 seconds of data is. And again, just because the simulation stopped, that's just where the text stream data ends. Again, as we showed you earlier, the car's still moving. That's just the last data point we have. So what that text stream data shows is matching a 3-point turn on that Cedar Crest Street. So we have the vehicle motion, the timing data consistent with the interview statements about making a turn, 3-point turn.
Can you take us back to the data chart and show the 2 points that you just mentioned, the turning? Where's that reflected in the data?
Sure. So you can see
And you'll have to enlarge that. I'm sorry, Doctor.
column N, that's the ship position. So that's looking, we start off going forward right here. And you can see at the start of the simulation, we're going about 9.94 miles an hour. And then as you start a 3-point turn, you generally start, in this case, if you're going to the left, with the left turn.
That's siren number 183.
Steering angle here, then the transmission. So again, we have the brake application. So you're coming in, but you're slowing down and you get down to a speed of approximately 0. 0, shift into reverse, back up, and then start to turn the other direction as you're backing up. So again, you want the rear to go to the right, you turn the steering wheel to the right, right is negative, and then as you start to pull around and pull forward, you turn back to correct for the steering, and so that's what this shows. So again, if you put it all into a simulation program, the speeds, the shifting, the distance, keep in mind we only have that 10-second window of data, and the steering angle for that Lexus, that's what it indicates.
Can you enlarge the photograph on the right with the data points and explain to us the significance of that?
Sure. So again, what we're trying to do is we have the infotainment, we have a text stream. We're now trying to see how that correlates to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. So we had originally very coarse data points, 154 and 155. There's additional data points between here. So we're looking at how well does our predicted time compare to those two. So with the cell phone correction, you end up with the text stream data at 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. So that's actually right in between these two data points. And so we know 154 was closest, but it's on the right-hand side of the road. 155 is when it's turned around and heading back in the southerly direction. So the cell phone data corroborates the text stream timing data in conjunction with the infotainment system data.
Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, so we talked about 1162-1. That's the first trigger on the text stream. So we're going to go to 1162-2. So I've highlighted that in yellow. So we're now talking about the second trigger. So this is on the same ignition cycle. It's on ignition cycle 1162. We have that same continuous running clock, but we've now synced it to real world clocks. So instead of the running clock, we now have some information on the real world clock. So at this time, we know the ignition has been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds. So at the trigger, 19 minutes and 2 seconds. And again, we have 5 seconds either side of that. So between 18 minutes, 57.6 seconds to 19 minutes, 7.5 seconds.
Could you enlarge that, please?
Which part?
That part where your arrow is. You were speaking about the clock. Could you explain that so the jury can see?
Sure. So again, this is continuous from when the time comes on. I just converted it to minutes and seconds here, so you can see how long it's been on. This is the mileage. These are the speeds over here. And this is some information on how far it traveled. Again, we have the plus minus on the steering. That gives us some information on the steering. Really, there's very little steering going on at this point. Slight leftward steer.
Dr. Welcher, did you determine how long after the first trigger, that 3-point turn, that this second trigger occurred?
Yes. 3-point turn occurred about 8 minutes after.
You said the 3-point turn occurred
I'm
after.
sorry, this event, I misspoke. 11.2 occurred about 8 minutes after.
After the 3-point turn?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Can you walk us through this data?
Sure. Okay. So we have the accelerometer data here. I've highlighted a shift from drive to neutral to reverse.
I'm sorry,
Again-
you're going to need to zoom that in so we can see it.
Absolutely. We have information on the brake switch, brake oil pressure. We have the acceleration data here. And then from that information and using the acceleration data, calculating the speed at which it's backing up. The reason we have slightly different calculations here is we have some evidence that the wheel's slipping on the ground. So we need to use the accelerometer because the wheel speed is simply telling you the speed of the wheel. It's like if you're stationary burning rubber, the speedometer reads a certain speed, but you're not going anywhere. But the accelerometer tells you how much the vehicle's moving. So from all that information, we get information on how far the vehicle's traveled. We've done it in terms of total travel distance. We've done it relative to the start position.
I'm going to ask you to start on the columns on the left and take us through the information that you have regarding this second triggering event. So if you can scroll all the way to the left.
All the way to the left?
Yep. Okay. So the first column regarding time, could you remind us again what that is?
So again, that's the continuous running clock.
And the second column in blue?
That's where I take that time and convert it to what we more commonly use, minutes and seconds.
And now we have a key cycle event different than the 3-point turn. What's the number?
So this is now 1162-2. So again, it's technically in the system the same key cycle. I've called it 1162-2.
And the red number next to it to the right?
That's the mileage. So it's actually at the same mileage as 1162-1. So we know, obviously, they're within the same mile.
If you can scroll over a couple of columns. From your data, can you tell during that event how far the Lexus traveled during
Yes.
that event?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
So we have accelerometer data. We have velocity data or speed data back here. I've corrected for what you see down here is, and I go through this on a later slide, but right here you can see a significant increase in RPMs, but yet the acceleration is dropping. So what that means is if your RPMs are going up and the speed's going up, that means you should be accelerating more. But what happens because the acceleration is dropping, that means what's actually happened is the wheel's slipping. So what I've done is I've used the accelerometer's data to calculate the speed once the vehicle is put into reverse. And once we know the speed, again, feet per second, we know every data point is half a second. So speed times time tells you how far you moved. Feet per second, feet divided by seconds times seconds gives you feet. That's how far you went. So you get how far you went in each interval, then you get the total distance traveled. And so this is relative to the start. So 0 is the start. The vehicle goes forward about 34 feet. Then you see it basically stops in this area here, then begins to back up and ends up backing a total of 53 back from where it originally started. So if you add 53 to 34, you get 87. So the total motion, 34 forward, 53 back, the Lexus moved 87 feet total.
Dr. Welcher, when you say the Lexus moved 83 feet total, is that according to the data or is that the entirety of the movement of that Lexus?
No, that's just from when the data starts to when the data ends. So if you look at when the data starts, you can see that the vehicle is actually going 13.67 miles an hour. When the data stops, the vehicle is still going 23 miles an hour. And you can see,
I'm sorry.
you can still and see that it's still at 74% throttle. So, you know, this is 3/4 of full throttle in reverse.
So to start with the distance traveled, if you can go to the top, we see that the speed is 13.67. Is that where the data gets picked up?
That's where the first data point is. Again, the trigger is here. This is 5 seconds before the trigger.
Are you able to tell how fast or slow the vehicle is traveling before that data point of 5 seconds before the trigger?
No.
And likewise, on the bottom, the speed. At the end of the 10-second data points at 23.61, can you tell whether or not that speed stayed decreased?
I mean, considering you're at 74% throttle, it likely increased. How much, I don't know. And you can see that up here, she's on the brake. Down here, she's not on the brake. And so she's not on the brake and at 74% throttle.
And what is the percentage of throttle that has to be initiated to cause a triggering event?
For a shift into rear and a rapid throttle application, is 30%.
If you look at the next column over, if you can go to the top heading for the jury to see the engine RPM data, could you explain that?
Sure. Again, that's the engine RPMs. And so, as I mentioned, you have this jump engine RPMs and a very dramatic jump in the reported speed of the vehicle. But when you look at the acceleration is actually dropping. So again, that's a telltale sign that the tire's spinning because the vehicle is not being accelerated. And so I've used the accelerometer data. Again, if you just, a process called integration, you integrate the accelerometer data, it will give you the velocity. So what I've done is, it's called piecewise integration to get the speed data that takes into account the tire slippage, and from there calculate the speed or the position at each interval going across the top here.
If I could stop you at your column that says JBW speed at each time step.
Yep.
If you go to the bottom, please. So does your data indicate that the speed is changing at the end of this 10-second event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Is the speed changing at the end of this event?
Yes.
How so?
Well, again, you can see it's increased about 2.7 miles per hour. And again, we know from what I already stated that that last time step, you're still at 74% throttle and you have 0 brake application.
Is it possible from the data to tell how far the Lexus went forward before it went in reverse in total as far as speed?
Not in total, no. We just have this 10-second window. I can tell you what it did during this 10-second window.
Is it possible to tell how far it continued after the data?
No.
The shift position changes from 1 to 0 to 2. Can you again explain to us what that means?
Sure. 1 is drive, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. And then brake switch status, again, a 1 is you're on the brake pedal, enough to activate the brake lights. 0 is you're off the brake pedal.
Each one of those indicators, 1, 0, 2, how much time is for each of those?
0.5 seconds.
So can you tell how long the Lexus was in neutral for?
So again, it only occurs at 1 time step. And again, there's a little timing issue. Like we only have data every half second. You don't know exactly where in that time it was.
Okay, you can continue, Dr. Welcher.
Next slide or continue on this slide?
Unless there's something else you want to point out to the jury on this slide.
No, I'm
move to
good.
the next.
So similarly, using this information to then try to tie it back to the cell phone data to make sure we have the real-time information. Again, this was written back in January before I got the additional information. So what you can see is, I'll zoom in. Again, we're now talking about trigger 1162.2. We know that that's 18 minutes that the vehicle has been on, 18 minutes, 57 seconds, 19 minutes, 2 seconds. This is the range. Again, the plus or minus 5 seconds. The 19 minutes, 2 seconds is when the trigger occurred. Infotainment system, adding those two together, 12:36, plus the 19:7.5 indicates the end of 1162-2 is at 12:31:43.
That 12:31:43, is it based on the Lexus clock from the infotainment system?
It is. It would need to be corrected to the O'Keefe cell phone data.
So when you reconcile that variance of 21.9 seconds, what is the time?
You end up with 12:32:04. So if you simply take this and add 21 seconds to it and add 29 seconds to it, so you get between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you reconcile the two clocks and you have that range of 12:32:04 to 12:32:14.
12:32:12.
I'm sorry, 12:32:12. Does that simply accommodate the window of data, but not before and after?
Correct. So, again, even on John's O'Keefe cell phone, even within his cell phone, there's somewhere between 21 to 29 seconds difference on his cell phone. So even that one piece of instrumentation has some variance to it. So we know it's between 21 to 29 seconds at this approximate time. So this is taking into account that variance.
So the only time window that you have is based on the data, and that's reflected in the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12?
Sustained.
Is there any other window you can accommodate with the data you have other than that 10-second window?
Yes.
What's that?
So I was given information about a final lock event on the phone.
Let's stick with this window if we can.
Okay.
Since you only have 10 seconds of data, is it possible from the Lexus clock data to have a larger window than this 10-second window?
The Lexus, or excuse me, the text stream will only give you a 10-second window, but it doesn't tell the whole story because the vehicle's still moving.
Understood. Okay, continue, please.
So I have this other event, a lock event, and the information I was given that at 12, it's 12:32:09. And so we have the text stream data ending at somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12, which puts this number right in the middle of that, more or less.
Continue.
Is this a good place to take a luncheon break?
Certainly, Your Honor.
Okay, so why don't we do that, Jenner? So we'll take 45 minutes for lunch. And again, Dr. Wilson, you can just call it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
So they call a 45-minute lunch break now.
You are muted.
This is interesting. The triggering event records from 5 seconds before. Think of it like a body cam, right? You can hear me?
You're sitting right there.
I know. I don't know if I can mute it without unplugging the phone that's charging. It's all the way down. It won't let me silence it. There we go. All right. So the triggering event records from 5 seconds before the triggering, the actual data point that says, hey, I should record this. Think of it like a body cam. A lot of times you say the cop turns the body camera on, then it waits 30 seconds to start recording audio. That's not how it works. The cop turns the body cam on, it immediately records, saves the preceding 30 seconds of video only. But as soon as he hits the button, it saves audio. So when we're watching it, we see 30 seconds before he turns on the audio. And this triggering event does the same thing. As soon as there's a triggering event, say like somebody slams on the brakes in the car, that's a triggering event, right? It's going to save the 5 seconds that came before that. So for a crash investigation, you can see what led up to that. What was what was happening before then. And in Karen's case, the triggering event was the in reverse gas pedal more than 30% pressed. Apparently it was close to 3/4, 70% pressed or something like that. But interestingly, he says we can't get good speed data from the tires because they were spinning. There's no traction. They were spinning in reverse. And so we use the accelerometer to extrapolate basically how fast the car was moving. And the accelerometer is the thing that's in your phone, right? I wish he had showed us the data. He said he did the math and there's a process he follows to do it. And he just gave us the answer. I want to see the math on how he came up with what the accelerometer was telling him and how he says that means 84 feet, how he says that means 24 miles per hour. Loud bike. That to me is an interesting thing. Maybe ARCA is going to go into that a little bit. So I'd like to see how that works. But that triggering event only saves for 10 seconds. And so when it starts recording, the first point, there's already motion. So it's already speeding. There's already some speed involved. And when it stops recording, she's still driving at 24 miles per hour. So they don't know if it was going faster or slower. He said it could have been faster. I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised if she was going faster than that. All right. Safe travels to you and your family. Thank you very much, my girl, Angie. Remember, for 25 months, we've got a 45-minute lunch?
Wait a minute. How do they know how far back she goes if it stopped recording before she was done going back?
They've only got the recording data from the points that were saved. So they don't know. Could have been more. Hold on. She supposedly hit him in those 10 seconds. I think that's what they're saying, either in or very close to the end of. Leslie's doing the cross. I thought AJ was an expert in this, but I don't know. How does any of this data show a collision? I'm so disappointed. Red, I'm surprised that a collision is not a triggering event.
Yeah.
What you would think that a collision is one of those events to be like, hey, what happened right up to that moment and what happened then? But it's not recorded. There's nothing. And so defense.
You just assumed. You said that it's not recorded, therefore it must not be a triggering event, but that's not true. It could be a triggering triggering event, and it's not recorded because it didn't happen.
Right. That's what defense is saying. There's no evidence of a collision. So I wonder if defense is going to ask him about other cars and if he's ever tested to see if a collision is a triggering event. Because if it is, and it's not recorded on here, that would be huge reasonable suspicion. Saying, hey, the car who doesn't have a dog in this fight, the car didn't record anything that happened. So then, how do we get there? Backing up is not a collision.
I'm also wondering about, Jen McCabe made such a big deal about where the car was placed. 24 miles an hour, that'll move you a fair distance in a pretty short amount of time. She would have maybe been really far ahead, or I don't know. That seems like that piece of information is like, hang on, how does that work? How does she reverse that quickly for that amount of time and still be in front of the house?
Yeah, it seems strange. 24 miles an hour is pretty quick to be backing up. That's basically the speed limit on the road that she achieved in a reverse pretty quickly in a snowy area. I wonder if maybe the defense trying to hang their head on that 24 miles per hour isn't going to be a problem for them in the eyes of the jury when they look at this and say, that's that doesn't add up with we've talked about this guy's going to talk about what, broken bones. He already mentioned that in his intro. He took the anatomy class and everything. There were no broken bones. Would you expect to see broken bones at 24 miles per hour?
Yes.
Especially if it was hit with a part of the car that was very sturdy enough to throw his body onto the lawn.
Well, and that has, like, speed isn't even that big a deal. If it's sturdy enough to throw him onto the lawn, then whatever speed that is should have probably broken him.
Amber, we're caught up. We're live. We just were behind a couple minutes, but we're live now. Lunch goes for another about 40 minutes, so we're going to be live at about 10:30. We're going to take a break for just a bit. I'm going to let the phone charge up a little bit more, and we're going to be back in the afternoon for the afternoon session. I think we're in Virginia now. Did we make it to Virginia?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've been in Virginia for a long time.
Maybe. Let me look at the map. Hang on. Yeah, we've been in Virginia for a long time. We're almost, by the time we come back from lunch, we'll be in North Carolina, I think. So, yeah. Looks like the OnlyFans gone to lunch too, so we're going to end it up as well. Thanks for watching here with us today. It's only going to get better this afternoon, as I don't think we're going to get to cross today. I really don't. Just the way things are going, the number of sidebars we've had, how much more data we need to go through with the crash reconstruction, specifically with the impact, with his body, with the tail light, with the injuries. There's a lot, if it's all coming through this witness, that we need to handle that we just have not heard yet. And it might not get crossed until tomorrow. So I don't have a song to play us out yet. I need just like I can do this one. There we go. We can do this one to play us out. Oh, that's the podcast. I can't use that one. We can't use podcast. We have to do I've only got this one. I don't have any good songs. You guys, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe till we go live in about half an hour as we continue part 2 of day 21 in the Karen Reed trial. We'll be back shortly. We'll still be on the road. Our final destination is Greenville, North Carolina. We'll be there in about 6 to 7 hours or so. Man, that's a long drive. I've already fallen asleep like twice on the stream. Not that you guys noticed, I only dropped the laptop one time. But yeah, it's going to be good. So we'll see you all on the flip side. We've got a couple more things to pull up here. Bree, thank you very much. Finally, light blue again. Lady Laura, if Mr. Welcher had shown the middle finger like RA, I would have understood his points. Selena K gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Selena. And my girl Angie, safe travels to you and your family. Thank you all. And my girl Angie, 25 months. Thank you. We're going to see you after lunch. We'll be back in a little bit. Bye-bye.